What a finish. What a man. The drum roll finishes and the target is hit. And that's it.
And it comes on finals night and it's a knockout
Brilliant. Dirty Harrison. Van Velzen.
Good morning, darts fans, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's Series 10, it is Week 3, and it is a Wednesday, so we're about to find out over the next few hours who is the next name into a finals night. And yesterday, we saw movement, but everybody was having joy, and we've still got 5 players in the running for the top spot. So let's have a little look at what happened on Tuesday to see what is going to happen ahead of today. Biggest shot of the group, and it's double 5.
Game shot and the man.
Monstrous.
Conan Whitehead.
And that's a mic drop.
Leg, Mike Warburton.
Have a bit of that. The final word. Does it come from Lee? They've both done it in the game.
Lee require 140.
You'll get the answer in the next leg. Will we get a double 12 again? Yeah, we will.
Game shot on the second leg. Lee Cox.
It's 1-1, and Lee needed that. Yes, lots of highlights from yesterday, but Lee Cox, who started top of the table on Tuesday, has survived through a very tumultuous Tuesday where every player either won 2 games or 3. Nobody really dominated, and as far as Lee Cox is concerned, he is still in the driving seat. Scott, you're with us again today. How is Lee feeling ahead of today? Because yesterday could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, he was definitely, after his 5 out of 5 on Monday, the target for the other players yesterday. And he's got to deal with that again today because he's still managed somehow to stay on the top of the tree. If I was him, I'd be now targeting to try and win 3 games today. He's got a 2-point advantage. If he wins another 3 games, that means he's effectively going to have 8 points. And that means somebody's got to go through the card to topple him.
Does he say to himself this morning, I've had my bad day in this group and now I can just get back to what I was doing on Monday?
I think he absolutely has to. I think he has to say, I did my thinking too much yesterday, stopped myself a little bit. I think it was 50-50. I think stopped himself a little bit, but also people stepped up because he was top of the group.
Without further ado, let's look and see what the odds compilers are making of this third day. And Lee Cox is odds on, as you can see, at 10-11. But everybody in pursuit, they've got a great chance if they get a good start today. So you've got Whitehead, the Series 1 champion, at 7-4, and others just a little bit longer. Anybody that sticks out there for you, Scott?
Probably Conan, actually. But we saw him last night when we left, and he said he's already told Lee Cox that he's going to have him today, and he's going to take that top spot. So for me, it's already, he's got the fire in the belly. It's just whether he can produce what he's saying.
Well, interestingly enough, we've actually got 2 of the chasing pack in our first match. Mike Warburton, who had a slightly better day yesterday, he's going to be taking on Ronan McDonagh, who has been a bit of a thorn in the side of some players over the last couple of days. It'll be interesting to get Mike's thoughts ahead of that first game of the day. Mike, welcome to Wednesday. Lots of people in the running today. It must be exciting in the practice room leading up to this.
Yeah, it's been good in the practice room, to be fair. Good group of lads. I had a bit of a slow start, but pegged it back a bit yesterday. Ready for the last day.
Speaking of which, yesterday you looked a lot more comfortable and your proximity to your targets looked a lot tighter.
Yeah. I don't know what was up with me on Monday. I'm notoriously a slow starter down here on a Monday, but yeah, I just didn't. So many 60s all day, like 66. I was getting frustrated as well. And then I come in yesterday, I thought, start from scratch, relaxed, and I felt much more relaxed. So
this reputation that you have at the MODUS Super Series has been super steady and always averaging around 87. Is this something that you're aware of?
Not really. I don't watch my games back, so I don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, just hopefully nice things. But yeah, I'm always pretty steady. But I like it down here. It seems to bring the best out of me.
Last day, lots of people in the running. Obviously, Lee's leading the table, but having a bit of a deficit. A quick start is needed today.
Definitely, yeah. I think to have any chance of winning the table, I need at least 4 wins today, I think. But he's there to be had. He's not too far in front. I'm ready for him.
Fantastic. We hope you have a great day and we hope to see you on Saturday.
Nice one.
Take care.
Cheers.
Mike Warburton this morning saying all the right things, and with all of his MODUS Super Series experience, it will be fascinating to see if he can sprint to the line. It is a 4-point gap between himself and the top spot. So 4 wins out of 5, get to 18 points. Is that going to be off? I'm not sure. I think he's going to have to win every game today. But the same goes for this young man from the Republic of Ireland. He has been a thorn in people's side, winning 2 games on Monday, but 3 yesterday. A little bit of improvement and a little bit more volume as well from the lad from Clothen. So, Warburton from the off, needing to find some joy, and someone needs to run the card if they want to take Lee Cox out.
Game on.
And that doesn't just include these two. It's also Alexander Masek and Conan Whitehead, who might have to do just that. But Warburton, not aware of his reputation with MODUS Super Series darts fans. Scott?
100.
He is an 87 average player pretty much all the time. He might need a little bit extra today.
Yeah, I mean, he comes across, he said he doesn't watch any of his games back. And
81.
I think we're all a little bit guilty of that. When we first get onto these sorts of things, we all watch a game back. And we sort of get out of that habit the more that you're on. And I think sometimes it's quite an important part of your game to just have a little look. Even if you pick out one of your better ones, just to remind yourself of what you're doing right and maybe what you're not quite doing right. So,
6.
as you say, Ronan McDonagh, he's been a bit of a box of frogs yesterday, wasn't he? He really was a bit of a live wire yesterday out here. What he was like in the players' room, I'm not really sure, but
42.
we saw a much more vocal, a much quicker player yesterday, and really getting on with the job. And we found when he slowed down like he is now,
41.
he wasn't quite so accurate. So maybe he will get into his flow as the day goes on.
That said, is Warburton maybe playing McDonagh at the right time?
97.
I think we can discount Monday morning when he struggled in his first 3 games to get points. But after that, he's been much better.
140.
You've got to give Warburton credit. He's got a maximum in this first leg. He's starting pretty well here. Has he got the end product?
62.
Still got a chance. McDonagh's pace in this first game is better than yesterday. That's a good sign.
20.
And he leaves what Warburton's just missed.
Game shot
But
on
Mike
the
doesn't
first
miss
leg.
that.
Mike Warburton.
First round fixtures, you'll see Jeremy
Second
Fagg,
leg
who
is
is
Ronan
out
to
of the
throw
running
first. Game on.
for winning this group. He's going to be going to Group C.
140.
He will take on Lee Cox in Game 2, and then Whitehead against Masek in Game 3. It's really important today to take 1 round at a time. These can only take 1 game at a time, but we, as analysts,
100.
we can take it 1 round at a time and see what's possible as people fall round by round.
And that inevitably is going to be the case
45.
today. Some it will be which round that they fall at. Will it be the second? Will it be the first? Will it be the fourth? Can they keep themselves in it? And I don't think in this situation as a dart player you can look any further than 1 game at a time. You can sort of try and pitch your way from the start of the day and then just find that you're disappointing yourself.
81.
And the minute you start disappointing yourself, then your game will drop off.
Now, just looking at the flights of McDonagh this morning, they look a little bigger. Looks like those precious larger wing flights have arrived. Unless my
60.
eyes deceive me. People who play darts
90.
have got exceptional eyes and exceptional feel. If you were to put a dart in the hand of a player and you said to them, that's your dart, and it wasn't, they'd know immediately.
Ronan, you require 145.
Oh, this is an early chance for Mike to get a break of throw.
50, 47.
It's been a little bit untidy
Mike,
from
you
Ronan.
require 101.
Yeah, this 101 for Mike Warburton has gone on 3 occasions this week already. In
69.
that very
Ronan, you
direction,
require
the same way that
98.
he goes each time.
Got to be treble 18. Warburton is getting chances.
53.
That third dart, my
Mike, you
word.
require 32.
He was on the walk there on dart 3. His back foot was in the air. Is he punished?
16.
The fact that he isn't invites Ronan back
require
into this
45.
match. Well, he's just a little bit slower, and that was a very late release. That single 10 leaves 35, so down south, the assurance that one of plenty of odd numbers will leave a double. Another chance for Warburton.
Mike, you require 16.
He takes that chance.
Leg, Mike
That's a
Warburton.
break. Doesn't matter if it comes in 15, 18, any number, as long as you get it.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Ronan looks like a man with a lot on his mind. We've got some great players coming in later in the week.
6.
So if you don't win this group, there are going to be people waiting to take you out, whether you go to Group B or Group C. Just a reminder, the bottom 3 players in this group after today will go to Group C and will be joined by Jamie Kelling, former weekly winner, Niall Cullerton of Ireland, and Sam Spivey.
100.
People call him Spivey Man, apparently.
Yeah, I've played him at the Challenge Tour, Sam. He's good up-and-coming player.
82.
As for Group B, if you don't win the group but you are positioned second or third, you'll get the night games against Charlie Large,
100.
Carl Sneed, man in form, and North American legend Gary Mawson.
100.
I'll say it North American because he's actually represented both Canada and America. We'll get onto that in the next couple of days.
97.
And Mike has got this game
36.
by the scruff of the neck.
Mike, you require 144.
And when you consider that leg difference might come into play at some point, if he can get a big victory here, he'll be in the top 3 and just waiting for Lee Cox to make a mistake. And possibly Conan Whitehead as well.
36. Mike, you require 84.
Like you said, Scott, he's had 101 checkouts on double 12. This time, 2 at it. And there you go, that second shot, vital for that 3-0 scoreline that he's got right now. 2 holes and a break.
4th flag, it's
All
Ronan
is
to
going
throw
according
first.
to plan at this
Game on.
stage.
Yeah, exceptionally in the way that he would have planned it. I know Mike is a
100.
player, and I think he would have looked at the card out the back and gone, right, I need to win this one here, and then we'll go from there. He will have planned his day. He's that sort of player.
41.
Well, here's the thing for Warburton. I actually think that the first 3 games
60.
couldn't be better for him. He's got this game here. He's owning it. He's just got to finish the job. His next game is against Conan.
100.
If he can get the better of McDonagh here and then get the better of Whitehead, his game after that is against Lee Cox at the end of round 3.
121.
He could be in a brilliant position to strike come round 4.
Yeah, he could be in the box seat, couldn't he? If things go right and he gets his head down. Today is
94.
not about averages today. I've always found the Wednesday to be very nip and tuck, very the player playing the player rather
40.
than playing the board, which is how we all try to do.
Well, just to give you some extra proof of that, the best average of the week so far came in the first round of Monday. Since then, people have been scrapping. Oh, Mike, what are you doing?
60.
You hate to see it. He's left 205, but if he'd hit the 60, it would have been 165. That
100.
was a mistake.
Yeah, not kind of thinking. And your opponents do pick up on that. Really needs to go for the bullseye now.
140.
Gets away with it
And you
by hitting
require
another
8.
treble 20.
To stay in the match.
60.
And that might be
You
that.
require 65.
We can accuse Mike Warburton of not having the best board management. However, he is going to get a chance, you feel, to win. And it's a game
Sure.
he
And the
owns.
match, Mike Warburton.
That is the ideal beginning to his Wednesday campaign. A 4-0 victory. He's nowhere near his usual 87 average, which is what he's all about. But winning by 4 legs to 0, the ideal start, and Warby is up and running.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
People are bearing down on Lee Cox. They have been for a day and a bit now. And Mike Warburton has done his job in round number 1. He will have a few games off before he returns to play against Conan Whitehead in Game 5. But now it's up to the leader to do his job. Jeremy Fagg yesterday had a much better day. It was a bad Monday, but he put it behind him and had a couple of wins on Tuesday. He's out of contention for winning this group, but this man who lives in Crawley in West Sussex, he is the person to catch. He doesn't want things to get creepy, the man from Crawley. And today he wants to be the man from Monday, not the tungsten tosser from Tuesday. Because yesterday things were troublesome.
First leg, it's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
But Jeremy's got the darts, and already Lee knows that the pressure's on him.
$96.
Yeah, I think Lee has to sort of cast his mind back to Monday and try and think about what his mindset was on that day, whether it was
95.
just to play each game at a time, get your head down and go, because he's definitely the pick of the bunch. There was no two ways about it. But then, as I said at the top of the show, when you
60.
do go 5 out of 5 here in the group, somebody then does come and try and pick on you. And the rest of the group do try and knock you off
54.
your perch. So there's an element of, 50-50. It wasn't all his fault yesterday. It was players like Jeremy
100
stepping up against you.
We had a conversation yesterday morning about start times. We think that maybe Lee is suited to playing game 3 in round number 1, which is somewhere around about 10:15 in the morning. So it gives you that extra time to get prepared.
140.
Yesterday he started in game 1 and looked like he got out of the blocks a little slower. Today he's in the middle. He's got game 2.
80. Jeremy, you require
So if you are in his
65.
position, it's incredibly fair. You get a few different start times. And Jeremy is playing very well in this first leg. And takes it in
It's on the
15
first
darts.
leg, Jeremy Fagg.
Lee Cox is already on notice.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Every single Wednesday we play here, we talk about the dangerous
45.
floaters, the spoilers. Come round 3, there are going to be multiple spoilers. We just don't know who they're going to be apart from Jezza.
100.
You're talking about a 9-time DPA Tour winner in Australia. And they don't give those titles out.
No, they sure don't. And
140.
Lee Cox is going to know he's in a game here, because you can see that Jezza has been warming up since Monday.
97.
Slight change of equipment. Likes his new stuff, but he hasn't really had a lot of time to practice and do lots of throwing with it.
115.
He said it feels great in his hand, just not quite going where he wants them to go at the moment. So he's returned back to his old equipment after the first game yesterday, and we saw a marked improvement.
96.
Just a familiarity, really, with your old equipment when you go back to it.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you change equipment, there is a period of, I've got to figure out how to use them.
177.
If you don't quite think it's there, go to something familiar for the time being and try and figure the other stuff out at another time. And Lee has figured out leg 2,
Lee
that's for sure.
required 24.
And that leg is his.
Check game shot on the second leg.
He's done
Lee
well.
Cox.
It's a great leg. And a little bit of levity at the end of it. It might actually do him some good, that, you know.
Third leg.
Takes the
it's
pressure
Jeremy
away
to
from the
throw
situation
first.
for a few seconds.
Game on.
Yeah, everybody found that funny on the stage except Jack, didn't they?
I'll tell you what wasn't funny on the 5th of February, 13 years ago. A certain World Cup final between Messrs. Taylor, Lewis, Nicholson and Whitlock. It was 13 years ago today.
Wow, that's even longer ago than my World Championship. So that is an age ago.
Back when I only had 5 grey hairs.
38.
Yeah, we do have some famous birthdays today as well. Scott will run you through some of those. But
Yeah.
it's a very happy birthday to Ronnie Baxter today.
Yeah, couple of dart player birthdays. Ronnie Baxter and Mikuru Suzuki, who I actually travelled to Australia with for the Aussie Darts Open. We were out there playing in that together. That was good. She didn't understand a word I said. And also, we've got a few footballers' birthdays. And these are quite ironic, actually. Neymar is 33 today. Carlos Tevez. It's also his birthday today. He's 41. And Cristiano Ronaldo is 40 today. What a fine-looking specimen he is for 40.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that Cristiano hasn't had many lasagnas in his life.
140.
He's definitely not going to be having a plate of carbonara and a glass of wine watching Newcastle Arsenal tonight, that's for sure. Well, great 140 from Lee. After losing the first leg, he's recovered superbly. He's under pressure, though.
Lee requires 76.
Nothing is going to come easy today. But Lee Cox has arrived on Wednesday.
He sure has.
4th flag, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
He's up and sailing. And talking of sailing, it's Ben Ainsley's birthday today, the multi-Olympic championship sailor. He's 48 today. He's another one that looks forever young, that fella.
Must be that sea air. He's been having a bit of a blue with the Ineos team recently, hasn't he?
97.
So maybe he can take a break today and forget about it.
Yeah, he's obviously gone on to America's Cup stuff now, hasn't he? Which is big bucks, big business. And yeah, he's been sailing the Ineos.
You know he's been taken out of the new team?
Oh, I didn't realise that.
Yeah,
no.
He's not happy about it.
Oh, happy birthday, Ben. Yeah, thanks for that, Scotty. No problem, Ben. Cheer me up no end, that has.
140.
Don't worry, I'm sure his wife Georgie and the kids will make him feel happy today.
64.
I think they've got a little trendy podcast out and about, I remember seeing.
Oh, they?
Yeah, and they did something with Jeremy Clarkson to do with farming I watched a few weeks ago.
40.
We like a bit of trendy here at the MODUS Super Series, don't we? And I think it was fascinating at the weekend when I was watching Jack Johnson win the Super 16 tournament. And he was walking up the steps, and I saw the back of his shoes. And I thought, he's wearing the same shoes as Littler.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on at the minute. I think he could wear anything. He could have a horse brass as a necklace. And everybody else would be walking around with horse brasses thinking that that's going to make their arm move better.
Don't give him any ideas. However, he is going to have the Warrington Wolves Stadium named after him for a day, which is a fabulous honour. We might have to name this place after someone for a day if they win this series. It is Series 10 after all.
51. Lee requires.
I like turn it into like the Chris Murphy Live Lounge.
That's in, and it's a 3-1 lead for Coxie. He's going to be loving this game all of a sudden. This is a decent performance. 92.5 average.
It's Jeremy
50% on the doubles. And vastly better a start from yesterday.
Do you know what? I think I've just given this place a sponsorship opportunity there, isn't there? This could
57.
Are you talking about the naming rights of the Live Lounge?
Yeah, you could have it could be named, I don't know, the Jelly Tots Live Lounge or whatever. It could be anything, couldn't it? The Dyson Live Lounge.
I don't want to get sucked into stuff like that.
No. And when it's cold, it could be the Zanussi Live Lounge.
100.
Well-known refrigerator maker. Are they still going? No, nor me. I'm still recording stuff on Betamax.
140.
You live in my world, my friend. You live in my world.
Darts is very much on demand these days.
60.
And with Pluto TV, you got 24/7 darts, including a lot of great content coming your way today. Later this afternoon, Premier League prediction show.
84.
That'll be at 4:10. Phil Taylor's Ultimate Premier League. That'll be following that show at 4:40. And tonight at 7:10, the Premier League preview will be live on Pluto TV. For your viewing pleasure, that's all coming after a tungsten talk with American player Adam Savada this afternoon. Post the live action here from this climax of Group A. And the climax of this game might be as little as 20 seconds away. Lee Cox has done an exceptional job
96.
of getting this game in the palm of his hand
36.
after losing the first leg. And that really is an exceptional job. After Mike Warburton wins the first game by 4-0, Crafty Coxey was asked a question and he had all the answers after going 1-0 down, and he's all smiles at the minute because now all the pressure is back on the chasing pack post that 4-1 victory and that 95 plus average, which has been one of the best performances of this entire week.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, live on Wednesday for the climax of Group A. And both of these players in match number 3 still have a chance of winning this 3-day group. But it has become a little bit more difficult considering what Lee Cox has just done against Jeremy Fagg. He's established that 4-point cushion once again. And with this game in hand, Alexander Masek and Conan Whitehead are going to have to get a win on the board here. But maybe more so for Masek. He's on 10 points to start the day. He's now 6 points behind. But the Series 1 champion, the Barbarian Conan Whitehead, he was the closest to Lee Cox overnight. And his responsibility now is to get back within 2. If he doesn't, then Lee Cox is very close to winning this group. Maybe within the next couple of rounds. Whitehead was very defiant on Tuesday afternoon, post-session, as he always
First
is.
leg, it's Alexander to throw first. Game on.
When he says he's going to be here on Saturday, you better believe it. And yesterday he said, Lee Cox is not winning this group. I will. That's what he said.
100.
Indeed, but I think we all know that it really is in Lee's hands because he's got that couple of points cushion. I know it doesn't sound a lot,
95.
but when you add to it, every time he goes to the board, it puts the pressure on the chasing pack. And Lee doesn't play again till game 6, and he has Alexander Masek, the man you see in your picture here.
140.
Ronan will be looking to do a job here and keep chasing Lee Cox by adding a little bit of table pressure via the point system.
100.
But those are the hardest games to go and get, I find, when I'm up there on that stage.
I think one of the most interesting
99.
dynamics of the first round today is that the head-to-head record between the players playing each other in this round is 1-1 in every game. So everybody's beating everybody.
100. Conan, you
In this first block of 3, and
167.
that's what keeps it nice and interesting. Obviously, Lee Cox went 2-1 up on Jeremy Fagg, but Jeremy Fagg did actually beat
99.
Lee Cox yesterday
Alexander,
4-2,
you
which
require
is
141.
why that wasn't a foregone conclusion the previous match.
And this one isn't either. Now, something's just happened with
100.
Whitehead's attempt at a
Conan, you
1-4-1,
require
which
68.
has got me fascinated. We'll come back to it. Because he
Yeah,
just won the
on
first leg in 14
Conan
darts.
Whitehead.
We all know that Whitehead loves the 18
Second leg, it's
department.
Conan to throw
A bit like
first.
Rob Cross.
Game on.
So when he's got 1-4-1 and he hits a treble 20, why does he go for treble 19? Why wouldn't he go for the 45 to leave double 18? I think that screams off the board for me to be a shot that he would adore. Little old me sitting in this chair,
85.
maybe second guessing Conan, but for me it just seems like the right thing to do. I mean, you look at other sports, what seems like an obvious play.
45.
If the Philadelphia Eagles are 2 yards out on Sunday night against the Kansas City Chiefs for the Super Bowl, they're going to give it to Saquon Barkley. If it's a pass play, it makes no sense.
100.
For me, every single time, I think Whitehead should be leaving double 18.
$100.
Do you want a little bit more evidence of that as well, Scott? Because apparently when he was growing up, his favourite player was Dennis Priestley, who made the treble 18 sexy.
Yeah, indeed he did. It was his go-to, wasn't it? He was... And when you look at the board right there, as we look at it in that split shot,
60.
you can understand it because the 18 is right there. It is less than an inch lower than the treble 20. And it really is the more
55.
obvious choice, isn't it?
I'm not going to say that treble 18 and double 18 are neglected.
140.
But for some people, it just sits in their eye line with a dart better than most. On 76, I always used to go 2 single 20s for double 18 because the switching
100.
was
Conan, you
minimal.
require 56.
Tops,
16.
chance missed. Masek,
Alexander, you require
not off to a flyer
101.
here, but things can change.
Masek could have hit a 25 with his last start on the previous visit, making this one a little
Conan, you
easier.
require
Now you
40.
think, yeah, just that one dart can't make a difference, but it does. It means you get 2 stabs at the treble 20 to leave the 36.
20.
And you would fancy your chances at 2 stabs at the treble 20
Alexander, you
at
require
the same place
40.
in the same throw.
Is that a marker or not?
20.
They've both done the
Conan,
same
you
thing.
require 20.
Both missed high and then hit low with the last one.
I would say yes, it is a marker if you manage to hit it. Like those two were.
Action on the second leg, Conan Whitehead.
Do you know what that reminded me of? When the 2020 World Championship was won by Peter Wright.
Third leg, it's Alexander
Wires
to
double
throw
10
first.
twice
Game on.
and then hits it with dart number 3. 2-0 Whitehead, but it could have been so different. Now, it's really fascinating to me. We've
43.
seen 2 players in this first round of play on Wednesday who do not use the 25 and bull as an approach shot enough. Masek is one,
62.
Warburton is another. If you're going to be an elite player and you're going to minimize the amount of darts that you need to take a leg out in,
6.
that needs to be part of your play sheet.
Yeah, you have to have that little bit of diversability, don't you? And a second string to your bow, isn't it? It's making sure that you have alternatives and you use them.
Now, one of the benefits of being an analyst and a commentator over the last
60.
12, 13 years is that you can see the evolution of the counting before your very eyes. You're not concentrating on your own game. You're actually looking at what the players are doing.
100.
And you can figure out why. Then, if you're still playing, you can then put it into your own play sheet. You leave yourself 2-7-1. 15 years ago, everyone's going treble 21st dart.
41.
And I mean everybody. Now, we're seeing an influx of people starting on 19s because it makes sense. 4 19s and 25 leaves 170.
78.
It's all about making sure that your last dart can guarantee a finish. And you're more likely to hit a 25 or bull than a treble.
98. $83.
It's not vintage. But like you said earlier, Scott, today is not about averages. It's about results.
60. Conan, you
He
require
would take a 4-0
93.
victory if it was a 50 average. 99.
84. Alexander, you
Did
require
that answer your question of why he doesn't leave the double 18 all the time?
Maybe he's having a bit of a lover's tiff with it. Oh boy. Whitehead stares him down. And the 139 is popped.
Third leg, Alexander Masek.
Seriously, out of nowhere. Before that shot, he was averaging 73.
Fourth leg, it's Conan to throw first.
First 10
Game
plus
on.
shot of the day goes to Alexander Masek. What a nice 139 that was
22.
too. And we talk about traditional. In the old days, we'd have gone 39 there, treble 13, leaving yourself 66, and then needing another treble to leave yourself a shot. Whereas 79,
81.
19 will leave you 60. You will then come back with 3 darts in your hand, hopefully at a double rather than chasing.
121.
Whitehead has got to keep pace with Lee Cox. If he doesn't, he's not even guaranteed Group B, because there are plenty of candidates
100.
in the middle of the table. Now, if Whitehead was to not win the group, which group as a fan, Scott, would you like to see him in?
39.
Would you like to see him up against Kelling, Cullerton and Spivey? Or Charlie Large, Carl Sneed or Gary Mawson?
Yeah, I'd like to see him in the Mawson group. I think he would add a... I don't care where you put Conan. He adds a bit of something to any group. But I think that would be a really good group to be in for him.
Do you know what? You've just given me an
96.
idea. Everybody's branding something these days. And you've said that Conan adds something to any group he's in. So here's an idea, free of charge, Conan.
85.
Go off and do this. Go and make your own hot sauce. Because you add a bit of sriracha or something like that to a dish, and it gives it a bit of something else. I'd buy a Conan Whitehead hot sauce.
Would you?
Yeah.
But that's because you know him.
21.
It wouldn't be one of those fancy pineapple hot sauces. It would have some grit. It would have some punch.
He might be a plain Jane type of fella. He might be like not like hot spicy stuff.
100.
Which means he could have multi-levels of hot sauce.
Indeed.
44.
I mean, we've got
Alexander,
a
you
red sauce in
require
tomato
75.
sauce. We've got a brown sauce in HP sauce, which stands for Houses of Parliament sauce, by the way, because that's where it went anyway. But we haven't got anything in between a tomato sauce and a brown sauce. Why don't we put a 50-50 mix of brown
Gets
sauce
on the
and tomato
full
sauce?
flag. Alexander
So there's
Masek.
something in between.
Well, he said 50-50. This game is 50-50.
Fifth flag. It's Alexander to throw first. Game on.
What is in the middle of red and brown?
HP fruity sauce apparently is in between that.
I'm not having that.
I'm getting in my ear roll from production.
140.
Well,
We've
I'm
done.
I'm going to go all NFL this week. That is a 5-yard penalty. I'm not accepting that.
43.
Yellow flag on the floor. I don't think you're going to get an unsportsmanlike conduct call in this game.
6.
But right now, Whitehead is steaming. If he was wearing a helmet, he would take it off and slam it on the deck.
100.
It would be like when they're playing up north in the snow, and you'd see the steam coming out through the visor of the helmet.
Yeah, you got to be a real tough cookie to play in places like
100.
Buffalo, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, all outdoor stadiums.
100.
Not these fancy stadiums these days that have got a roof like Atlanta and Minnesota and New Orleans, which will host the Super Bowl on Sunday.
100.
138 is the call.
83.
83. Maybe a
Alexander, you
busted
require
player.
101.
And Masek is just proving to be someone you can't affect.
49. Conan, you require 95.
Yeah, we said yesterday he gets in his own zone, and I think it's a really good thing for his game that he does.
This is interesting. He's gone for the treble.
55.
He had 2 avenues for
Alexander,
double-double
you
there, and he
require
didn't use either
52.
of them. And this game has changed since the 139. And Masek leads.
Flag. Alexander Masek.
This, so far, is all going the way of Lee Cox.
Sixth flag. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
We will not see Lee again until he plays Masek in game 6.
95.
But if you lose ground in round 1, you're giving yourself a lot to do before the end of the day, and it places a lot more pressure when you play Lee.
100. $108.
You never know, he might still win this game. Interesting that Alexander's wearing his international shirt today. I like it when players do that. Show a bit of pride. We've seen people wear their international shirt on this stage. I think we should see this more often.
81.
Oh, don't we have an International Pairs Week coming up soon?
Yeah, we do. Stay tuned to our broadcast on Pluto TV, and we will announce the teams in due
19.
course. I'm not going to tell you when.
145.
You just have to stay tuned.
93.
That's okay. The problem is, Whitehead doesn't have the darts in the last leg of this contest.
$43. Conan, you require 52.
Oh, it's just in the 20.
36.
I think he was perturbed by the fact that the first dart nearly bust the score.
Yeah, you very much can be, and Masek here will just be lining up a practice throw pretty much for
99.
the next
Conan,
leg.
you require
I thought he was going to leave
16.
139 again. That nearly bust the score again.
8. Alexander, you require 140.
Conan has had 16 darts at a double in this match to Alexander's 6.
54. Conan, you require 8.
Double 2. We are level.
On his 6th leg.
And
Conan
everything
Whitehead.
that's happened over the last 6 legs, it doesn't matter anymore. It's all about 2 points on the line and a 1-leg
7th
shootout.
and final leg. It's Alexander to throw
You've got to
first.
fancy that Masek is
Game
out of this group if he loses this leg. And Whitehead will still have a mountain to climb
100.
if he loses this one.
$64.
You heard it from the horse's mouth there. The ones again. They're straying right.
$39.
It feels like the Czechia player is straying left.
Yeah, the 20's in the middle, lads.
60.
When you're playing well, that 20 segment is massive. When you're not playing your best, it can look very, very thin.
$41.
That flag that's on the pocket of Alexander's shirt is very impressive, by the way. It's got
45.
4 quadrants in it. Whitehead on 3-3-2 after 9. This is not what he wanted. But can he keep pace? Ton needed.
56.
Even treble 18 doesn't work this time. And that, when that doesn't happen, he won't be happy.
Not at all, yeah, that's the... I think it's like the Czech crest.
60.
Maybe it's his province or wherever he's from. I've got a feeling I've got a sticker with that on somewhere from when I went to one of the Opens, which obviously would have been the Czech.
140. Alexander, you require 161.
Still can't pick them apart. He may just have to hit this 1-3-6 though, and the danger was always going to be
37.
that Whitehead didn't have the darts.
36.
And this time he strays left. Masek has not been making mistakes on the outer ring.
91.
He's 50%.
Alexander,
If he sticks to that, he wins.
24.
Double 6. This is a freebie.
Conan, you require
And a lifeline
45.
for Whitehead. Can he win the situation?
It's deciding where you're going right now before you put your foot to the hockey.
Wow, that's ironic. Double 16 with 1. Astonishing.
And the match, Conan Whitehead.
How he got the 13 points to get to double 16. That's a bit of a story. But he was given one chance to win that match. And somewhat nervously, the man from Raynham does stay within 2 points of Lee Cox at the top. He's got a little bit of time to get his act together before he plays in round number 2 against Mike Warburton. That'll be a big match. But it's all about the result, and Whitehead wins the end game in round 1 by 4 legs to 3.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Thanks for joining us once again. This is the table as it stands, and after that miraculous rescue job from Conan Whitehead in the previous match, he's still only 2 points adrift. But as we go into round 2 now, we have got people trying to make what could be their critical move. As far as Masek and McDonagh are concerned, they are very much looking towards the basement instead of the top now. McDonagh returns after losing his first game 4-0 to Mike Warburton. You fancy he's out of the running, but he's now in a game with Jeremy Fagg, who played pretty well in his first game against Lee Cox, but an 87.5 average against him was nowhere near good enough because Coxey was the best player of round 1 today. Not for the first time this week. But McDonagh has had the measure of Jeremy over the last couple of days, winning both of their encounters. And now he's looking for the clean sweep, maybe ahead of a Group C campaign.
Game on.
But that's the thing, isn't it? It's easy because he's in the bottom 3 at the moment to say that he's going into Group C.
26.
But he's only 2 points behind 3rd position. If he doesn't win the group, Group B has to be the next mission.
139.
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, I did sort of touch on it yesterday, and obviously having played here a few times,
140.
there is a sort of significant monetary difference between positions in the group, and so you're never really not battling. You're doesn't matter whether you play the top player if you're in the bottom end or the player just above you. You're battling to move yourself up and down this table, and the financial rewards come with it.
60.
So there's no point that you ever give up. You always want to get your best game out there and try and move up that table.
58.
One good dart at a double could get you a few more dollars in the bank.
81.
In a roundabout sort of way,
164.
points make pounds. And pounds are prizes. Or in the case of Jeremy,
44.
points make dollars.
Happy croc dollars if you're on the back of his shirt.
100. Jeremy, you require 120.
Strong croc dollars. Can he get past it? Apparently not.
40. Ronan, you require.
That's where you've got to think
94.
outside the box a little bit. He could have used 2 bulls. That's what we're talking about. Another option. So he gets
Jeremy,
to
you
tops.
require 80.
He just wasn't able to find it. Go underneath that one. Perfect. Double top.
Game shot on the first
Measured
leg.
to
Jeremy
perfection. That is a visit I always like to see. On that 80 checkout,
Fagg.
if he
Second
goes
leg,
for a
it's Jeremy
high
to throw
single,
first.
he could get
Game
the
on.
same deflection he had in the previous visit. If you go low single and basically back yourself in a smaller part of the segment, you've got more clearance for tops.
85.
Yeah, you sure have. Seeing Ronan go in for a double-double. I had that with me on Monday
45.
night in our local Wimborne District Dart League. Somebody tried to go 20 tops on me. Cheeky little monkey.
I take it they didn't hit it.
No, second one bounced out of tops. How lucky was I? And like a true old veteran I am, I went up, took out me double 2, no problem. Because I'd already had 8 darts at it.
95.
It's knowing how far to take them, Nico. It's knowing how far to take them. Just let them have enough chance to break their art.
41.
Local darts, the heartbeat of darts worldwide, no matter where you play, whether it's
125.
in the middle of Africa, in Botswana, over in Australia or New Zealand, or in the Wimborne
And District Darts League.
Darts League.
We were playing actually a team
97.
from Witchhampton, and you talk about the Littler effect. It's a little village in Dorset, that is, and there's probably only one dartboard in and around the village, so anybody that plays darts has to sort of play in this little working men's club, and they've got a really young, youthful team. It's nice to see that younger players are coming back into sort of league darts to learn their trade. It's really
Ronan,
good.
you require
And they're a good bunch of players as well.
This is good. Double 8.
Game
That's
shot
not
on the
good.
Second leg. Ronan
That's
McDonagh.
exceptional. What is it about McDonagh this week not playing well in round 1? And then
Third
figuring
leg.
it
It's
out
Ronan to throw first.
in about 45 minutes' time. He didn't play well in round 1 on Monday, but he still won against Warburton.
55.
He had a dismal time of it in round 1 yesterday and today. But come round 2, he's a different beast.
I think that's his first ton topper of the week as well.
140.
Having a look back through here, I think it is. If not, if you had another one, I've blinked and missed it. I haven't got it on my sheet, so...
Yeah, there may be people watching this who play their local stuff. And they say, I reckon I could compete up there. Heard from many a player say that over a libation somewhat comically. But if you think you can, get yourself to an ADC event or two over the next few months and prove yourself. You might even want to go to Aylesbury this weekend if there's any spots left, because the ADC Winmore Tour Championship is back.
I think I saw there were about 8 or 10 spots left 2 days ago, whether they've been taken now. I will be there. I'm going to go and experience a new thing for myself. I think it's very important that,
42. Ronan,
particularly in our position here as commentary, it's good to go round and have a look and see what's going on and go to the tournaments and see how they run.
That's at Bradmore Farm, isn't it?
64.
It is indeed, yeah.
Jeremy, you require
just between Aylesbury and Tame.
Doesn't quite get the second 60. Meaning Ronan comes back for the lead.
Ronan, you required 68.
Double 16. Nothing wrong with that as well.
Leg, Ronan McDonagh.
Lethal on the doubles all of a sudden.
Fourth leg, it's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
He's almost playing a bit hacked off here. Maybe feeling the effects of losing his first game and realising he's got too much to do to win the group now.
Sometimes that gives an element of freedom with your throw, and we're seeing it now. A little bit more pace as well from him.
By the way, if I didn't have a butcher already, I'd ask you to pick me up some produce when you go to Bradmore Farm at the weekend.
140.
Yeah, no, a big cafe and farm shop there. Yeah, very well known in the area.
If they're famous for something 92. And it's in a jar, will you get me something?
Yeah, I'll have a look. Yeah, not a problem.
And then you're going to have to give me some sort of challenge as to what to cook with it.
Oh, okay. I'll get you some pickled onions, and then you can just do like some cheese sandwiches like you're at a dart night.
Oh, that's easy.
Go with it. That would be easy.
What you do with a big pickled onion is you shell them. You get the largest shell, and you put them as a side next to your gravy, and it cuts through the gravy, and they're unbelievable.
Right. So that's my challenge. I'm off to the farm shop then. See 22. If I can find some pickled something, because I'm not here for a couple of weeks, so it'll have to be pickled. So that's your clue, what you're going to get.
Nothing wrong with that.
45.
I wonder what Jez has been getting him stuck into over the last few weeks since he's been in the UK. He might be missing his local produce from back in Queensland.
96.
Kangaroo steaks, that sort of thing.
Yeah, they do have kangaroo over there. Does he have a 116? That's the question right now.
Jeremy, you require 116.
Asks the question and doesn't get the answer he wanted.
Ronan, you require 26.
Double 13. Hasn't missed a double in a while.
The fourth leg, Ronan McDonagh.
That's 3 out of 4.
Double 13, unlucky for some, but lucky for...
Fifth leg, it's Ronan to throw
McDonagh.
First. Game on.
Just out of curiosity, Scott, what did you have when you went to Echuca? What kind of produce did you have, or did you try there?
Well, I went into Sydney a bit later in my trip, and I was trying all sorts there. I did try the kangaroo there, which I found was absolutely gorgeous. The downside to it is, obviously, we all see kangaroo as skippy and a really nice, friendly little animal, but we know that when you get out in the outback, they are quite a vicious animal that, with those front little paws that they've got, will attack people and grab the heads with the front ones and rip with those big, strong bottom ones and sort of
134.
decapitate people very easily indeed.
They are encouraged in the Outback to use them as livestock. What I mean is get them
94.
and cook them. They are seen as pests.
Yeah, very much so. But a nice tidy pest to eat. They're lovely. They were really nice.
Yeah, they're full of protein and all sorts of other
41.
goodness.
And everybody wants to make a friend of a koala as well, don't they? Everybody, because they move slowly.
60.
And apparently they're quite vicious. If you get the wrong one as well, it'll have your fingers off.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to corner one, that's for sure. The only person who's cornered right now is Jeremy.
38. Ronan, you require 108.
And that croc might not be smiling in a second. Because Ronan's on tops. Look how good that
And
is.
the match, Ronan McDonagh.
Exceptional doubling performance from Ronan. And when he gets round one out the way, he turns into a different animal himself. The average of 90 is very good indeed, and his best that we've seen of the week. 80% on the doubles, dominates that one. In fact, there was only one missed start at the double the entire match. And Ronan takes that vital match for himself, taking the 2 points by 4 legs to 1.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and this one has got a very big feel to it because it does feel at this stage, with Lee Cox on 16 points, Whitehead and Warburton in pursuit after him, whoever loses this one is going to be behind the 8 ball a little bit, particularly Mike Warburton. We've just seen Ronan McDonagh smoke Jeremy Fagg out of the game with consecutive finishes of 136,
First leg, it's Conan
68,
first.
and 108.
Game on.
A fantastic performance from the Irishman. But now we turn our attention to this one. Here is what happens next. Whitehead wins.
85.
He goes to 16 points with Lee Cox. Warburton wins. He goes to 14 points with Conan Whitehead, with Lee Cox having a game to spare next. The end of round 2 may tell us the story of what's about to happen for the rest of the day.
Yeah, both players are here are hoping this game is Don't Be Cruel.
100.
Ironically, it's Bobby Brown's birthday today, the singer of Don't Be Cruel. But yes, this could be harsh on both players, the outcome of this.
So if I put you on the spot, Scott, what's your prerogative?
100.
I like what you did there. Did you know that Bobby Brown was in Music U? Was it not Music U? New Edition, who had a little hit out when they were like kids, I think. And that's where he got his step into the pop world.
This is the musical Bobby Brown we're talking about, the one that was married to Whitney Houston.
140.
That's the one.
Not the Millie Bobby Brown that's in Stranger Things. The one that played darts with Luke Littler on Jonathan Ross.
No, not that one.
180.
First max of the game. And Whitehead is in command. This is the kind of match that if Warburton does make 1 or 2 board management errors, Whitehead is the man who could crush him for it.
Game shot of first leg.
That's
Conan
not a
Whitehead.
mistake. That's just brilliant execution.
These are the kind of matches that Conan loves. You know what? He knows what's coming.
Second leg, it's
He
Mike
knows
to
what's
throw
going to be
first.
thrown at him.
Game on.
And he steps up to the plate is what he does. These are the games that Conan is really good at. The ones where you're playing a kind of indifferent player and you're not sure what's coming
100.
are not Conan's forte. You go and put the big names in front of him and he digs in and goes, all right, I'm having some of this.
140.
And that's exactly what he's done there in that first leg.
Yeah, it's 1-1 from the last couple of days between these two. But then again, most of the head-to-head records from the last couple of days are 1-1, signifying how close this group has been.
100. $92. $60.
Trebleless is not what Warburton needs in this game. Especially when he doesn't have the darts and the odd-numbered legs. Whitehead is picking stuff off here
117.
to get the ideal beginning. 152 after 9. And when Simon Whitlock was here a week ago, we were talking about numbers like this, where 152 can be
100.
taken multiple
Only you
ways.
require 152.
Textbook. Double 16. It's
Game shot of
exceptional.
second leg. Conan Whitehead.
And it's 2-0 as well. That's his biggest finish of the
leg,
week.
it's
Look at
Conan
the focus on his face,
first.
the way he's focused for
Game
this
on.
game. This is what he does. Bigger the game, the better for Co.
94.
Everything's clicking. The cover that wasn't working in round 1, it worked right there. The finishing that was letting him down in round 1, everything's changed.
140.
problem for Warburton is if he loses this game,
100.
he will be 4 points behind the top spot with 3 games to go. But that's 4 points behind minimum.
60.
He is staring at this early stage of this game down the barrel of playing tomorrow and Friday, which I'm sure he won't mind
59.
because it's not as if he's going to go back to North Wales and come back to Portsmouth. Some people have the luxury of going home on Thursday and Friday and then returning on Saturday. I think North Wales is just a little bit too far. You'll have to stick around.
60.
And the other thing, it throws him back into a race for a Group B spot, doesn't it? With young McDonagh's got a farm.
140.
And I do believe, whether Warburton wins this group or not, that Saturday is going to happen for him this week. I just think he's too
100.
reliable.
Conan, you require 108.
Not perturbed by a miss right there. He was showing a little bit of Oh, he's done it again.
87.
Now he's done it on both sides
You
of the
require
board.
141.
Just can't stop hitting doubles at the moment, Conan.
I mean, who leaves a 21 checkout?
He's brave enough to pick him up on it. Not me. I think it's a great leave.
I actually think that 21
100.
is
Conan, you
the
require 21.
scarcest checkout ever hit at the MODUS Super Series.
13. Mike, you require 41.
21, isn't that an Adele album?
I think it is. She releases albums based on her age. Double 16.
25.
It's not found.
Conan, you require 8.
And neither is that. He cannot believe
16.
that he's let this slip. It does feel like the previous match that he played, he was 2-0 up, and then leg 3 changed everything.
Game shot
And here's the
third
funny
leg,
thing.
Mike Warburton.
When he played Alexander Masek, he took it 139 on double 11.
Full flag. It's
And then
Mike
leg
to
3
throw
in this
first.
game, he hits double
Game
11 to leave 21. And things get very annoying, don't they?
He was looking at you then. That wasn't me. That's because you said he left 21. He heard you.
To be honest with you, Scott,
Telling
I'm
you now,
so
that's-
scared of
No,
that.
it wasn't me, Co.
I'm about
It was
to
him.
run. I'm running.
I'm off.
It's all yours.
See you later. You're doing the last one on your own, mate. I'm leaving.
100.
Somebody please turn that into a GIF, because I want it. You don't want to be in the end of that stare.
We're all fed up with that Merv really one now, aren't we? We need a new one.
Yeah, we
A
do.
new darts gif.
60.
Maybe we'll get a new Merv one if he comes here.
I was honestly just about to say, when you've hit a 152 shot and then you come down and you got your single
83.
sort of doubles to hit and you miss them, it just makes you really feel like you just want to get your head down like a bull in a china shot and run head first through the board. It's the most horrible feeling as a dart player up there when you do that. And the best bit was
100.
Conan gave us the look like he wanted to put his head down and run head first through the board as well.
Well, one thing I am going to make happen
128.
before anybody forgets about it, this is something that I want us to do for our Pluto TV channel and our social feeds. I want to give a
100.
baseball bat to Conan Whitehead and let him run riot in a rage room. You know, one of those rooms that you can go in there and smash everything up and just get rid of all of your emotions.
100.
I want
Mike,
to
you
see
require
Whitehead in a room like that, and I want to see him
141.
go at it.
I'd like to see Cam Menzies in one of those as well.
So he would use his head.
I remember playing him at the British Open and he missed a double and he punched himself so hard in the face that I thought he
89.
knocked himself out.
Conan, you require 90.
He seems to have got on top of all that now, as our Cam.
And
Game
apparently,
shot of
Conan
fourth
Whitehead is
leg.
better at
Conan
combination
Whitehead.
shots than 3 darts at a double. Everything is forgotten about leg 3 now.
5th leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
This is impressive.
$60.
And when you think about those missed starts he had in the last leg, that's up just shy of a ton realistically.
He's missed 5 darts at a double.
140.
If say he had found double 4 with the first start, this would be a 3-figure average.
85.
He is living every dart, isn't he? It's like he is 11 feet underwater.
100.
And he's not going to come up for air until he's got 4 legs in the bank.
$81.
Whitehead will look up and see 275.
140.
And his initial thought will be 105 or more.
Good stuff from Warby there, though. We were saying earlier, he has the perfect
6.
throw, and he's never, ever
Mikey
out of any
require
game.
121.
Most definitely not. Doesn't even have to go for the 11. But that's the danger of going the 25 route here. You might find yourself cornered.
113.
He leaves double 4 this time. He's going to have to hit it as well.
137. Mikey require 8.
That was an interesting idea. 17s on 95.
Gabe Shaw.
Doesn't matter anymore, but-
Mike Warburton.
Quelle surprise.
Now here's where the problems arise now.
6th leg. It's
Warby
Mike to throw
starts.
first. Game
He
on.
has the momentum from the last leg, which was a 13-dart leg. Hasn't really been in the game, and now he's
140.
definitely coming on strong.
$108.
Well, if this is a poker game, Conan's just raised Mike Warburton right there. This
6.
isn't even the river card, this leg. This is the turn card. So close.
123.
There are very few things that Conan hasn't done here. One of them is a perfect leg. It'll have to wait. 2 players that love this place.
45.
They've been here since the very beginning. Without interruption. They haven't been to the PDC Pro Tour
98.
since we came to Portsmouth. And I don't think there's a great deal of urgency for them to do that because they love coming here.
$45. Conan, you require 100.
No, if this was a tennis match, it'd be advantage Whitehead. Just get 320s. That was a very, very safe effort at tops. He was never going to go above it.
41.
But in a strange sort of way, that's not a bad dart.
Do you think he's better on a combination? So you think he's better going down the bottom, up the top? We'll now see, won't we?
97. Conan, you require 59.
So he's not thinking about the double yet. Now he is in rhythm.
39. Mike, you require 114.
We mentioned Bobby Brown earlier, and Mike Warburton's got a chance here to have 2 can play that game. Can he take this 114 and take us to 3-3?
Was treble 20 an option?
You're only going to get 1 dart, aren't you? You have to perceive.
58.
So, yeah, I think it was an option.
Conan, you require 20.
Double 10. And Whitehead
And the match,
wins that
Conan
one.
Whitehead.
It's crucial because it gets him to 16 points alongside Lee Cox. And Mike Warburton is now 4 points behind. Has he left himself with too much to do? It looks like it. But that's a crucial win for the Barbarian, who now puts all the pressure on Lee Cox, who plays next against Alexander Masek.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and Mike Warburton's charge, which looked very good in round one, has been halted by the person who started in second position this morning. But the dart player in P1 is looking to stay there. It's currently only on leg difference. And if he falters against Alexander Masek, things are about to get very interesting indeed. Masek starts this game on 10 points in 5th position, which looks a little bit harsh considering how he's played over the last couple of days. But points don't lie.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Not only is there a really interesting time going on at the top of the table, but the race for Group B, that might not even start for another hour.
100.
Or should we say we won't start talking about that for another hour, because there are still a lot of people vying for that top spot, trying to take Lee off his perch.
100.
But if Coxie wins, he goes to 18 points. At the end of round 2, with 3 games remaining in this group.
Yeah,
that would put Masek out officially.
Yeah, the others start to run out of games then, don't they, if he keeps winning. So that's the idea. But the fact that Coxie's beat Masek twice, does that then make it Coxie a little bit vulnerable? Having to do it 3 times in a row. We've only had it sort of once so far this week where somebody's beat another player 3 times.
100.
I suppose we are early days. That's the main reason for that. But
well, that's McDonagh against Jeremy Fagg.
140.
Well, Lee seems to have started this game where he left off the last one, where he played really well. Averaged over 95, and not many people are doing that this week so far.
64.
To be honest, we've got players in this group that will do that consistently when they have to. Like hitting doubles like that. They'll do it when they have to. And you feel that there are other levels for those that make Saturday night this week, because they'll have to do it then.
140.
Why do I get the feeling that the hair routine of Lee Cox in the morning is very stringent? Honestly, Richard Feynman could look at his hairstyle and probably say that the gap between the comb marks is exactly the same.
It just means the width between the comb and teeth are the same, doesn't it?
81.
Or does he use a flashy brush?
I don't know.
Shaped in the same shape of his head. They do those now. Slightly curved brush.
100.
Same shape as your head. Feel lovely to use.
I'll have to take your word on that one.
I've got one. I'll take a picture of it. I'll send it to you tonight. Show you what you're missing.
108.
We didn't miss that. And neither did Masek. He started with a very hard-fought 4-3 loss
91
against Whitehead.
Alexander, you require 100.
Seeing a fair few ton plus checkouts today. Is this another?
80.
Not this
you
time.
Require 170.
However, we could have had the biggest one of all.
98. Alexander, you require 20. Game shot on his
there's
second
nothing wrong with
leg.
that
Alexander Masek.
One of Czechia's best players. Deciding to come to the MODUS Super Series in week 3
It's Lee to throw first.
and not
Game on.
to Eastern European qualifiers over the weekend. Maybe that gives us an insight into what kind of experience Alexander wants to garner over the next couple of years. Does he want to go to the PDC Pro Tour, or is he happy at this level and he just wants to figure out which parts of this level he enjoys?
83.
Yeah, good point. I suppose that depends on his working situation, sponsor situation and things like that. So we're having the game. You've got to have the opportunity as
96.
well. You got to take these chances.
Yeah, not everybody in Czechia will have the same amount of sponsors as the top guys like Evil Charlie, who at one point actually had his own energy drink.
Did he really?
Yeah. He gave me a can of it back in 2019. We went to Prague.
95.
I didn't drink it because I don't drink energy drinks. But the person who did drink it said it was nice. I'll take their word for it.
60. Lee require 170.
I've got to be fair, I don't drink energy drinks either.
Yeah, nobody should drink something where you can't pronounce the ingredient.
96.
I had 3. I call them the scary drink. I had 3 of the scary drinks in one day and I was not very well.
134. Lee requires 74.
I think Lee's feeling okay.
42.
How is he going to be feeling in a minute?
Alexander, you require 124.
In the last 3 matches, we've seen ton plus checkouts of 139, 136, and 152. Is this just customary?
88.
Not yet.
Lee required 32.
Not a drastic leave either. A happy miss for Masek. Very happy miss for Masek with 1 to go. It's
16.
a happy miss.
Alexander, you require 36.
Like water through your fingertips. It could be this one slipping by for Lee Cox.
$18.
And that's
He
the first time this week
requires
we've seen
60.
any sort of frustration from Masek.
Game
And he
shot
will
of
be
third
frustrated. He's lost the leg
Cox.
now. He's been stone-like.
Full flag.
But when
It's
he's missed those
Alexander
3
to
double
throw
18s,
first.
he's shown his frustration
on.
there.
$60.
It's a very interesting follow-through that Alexander has. He doesn't thrust the arm forward like some other
26.
players do, like Whitehead, for example. His hand actually turns over, and then it goes from a natural position at
100.
address, and then the hand turns, and the palm faces the floor. That shows rotation in the lower arm.
97.
By looking at that and not looking at the board, I would say his tendency would be to miss to the right-hand side if he does miss.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that.
100.
What a lot of people don't know is that the upper arm has 1 bone. It's called a
98.
humerus. The lower arm has 2. And they're both curved. That's why you can actually turn your hand over with your palm facing the ceiling, your palm facing the
6.
floor. It's because the 2 bones overlap. They're called the ulna and the radius. And that is something that dart players fight against
95.
to stay straight. There it is.
41.
Every dart player in the world has a tendency to do something, and we all fight against them.
Most of them fighting what's going on between the ears.
100. Alexander, you require 140.
That's becoming more popular these days as well.
40.
But
Lee
staying-
require 85.
On the treble 18 with dart 2, I'm not sure I'm a fan of that one. And Lee doesn't like that. Ends up getting 3 15s in the end to leave tops.
Alexander, you require 100.
Now we'll come back to the 140 debate in the next leg, depending on what happens here. He's done it again. Bullseye. He tried this yesterday.
61. Lee require
Oh,
40.
behave.
Double 5.
35.
He's not getting away with it.
Alexander, you require 39.
Unless his opponent misses again.
I think that whole bullseye shot has messed with Lee's head there. I think that's had a psychology effect.
Game shot on the full
The leg
flag. Alexander
goes to the
Masek.
check. Don't tell me that's going to become fashionable.
Fifth
Going for
flag.
bull
It's
on
Lee to
100.
throw first.
I
Game
can
on.
understand why he's doing it. I'm just saying that I don't think it's the right thing to do.
108.
Speaking of which, that's the right thing to do. And on 140, if you start on 18s and you do not get the treble with the first dart, what should you do next?
140.
You should go for the bull. You leave 122 with 2 darts, you can get 25 and 57 to leave tops. If you stay on the 18s and get a single,
40.
you leave 104 and you can't leave a double that isn't the bullseye with your last dart. It makes no sense.
$44. $108.
He's not lacking in that department in this leg, is he? 2 180s in this leg. Sandwiched by a score of 40.
100.
Here's his first 180s of the day.
101.
Double 16 for a 12 darter.
Gates
And that
on the
12
fifth
darter had a
leg.
score of
Leacock.
40 in it. Astonishing stuff. And he puts
Sixth leg.
that
It's
fourth leg
Alexander to
behind
throw
him
first.
in
Game
about a
on.
minute and 10 seconds.
$41.
We're seeing a great deal of resilience here from Lee. I did have a communication from someone very close to him
100.
on social media this morning saying, yeah, he's not a morning person. Let's put it that way. I'm not going to read it word for word because it would come across quite cruel. He wants to be an evening person, and I'm talking
100.
Saturday evening. So if you are marking your diary for later in the week, live on Pluto TV, 7:30 Saturday will be the Week 3 finals.
100. $140.
He's not losing ground here. He will not go without a fight.
$60.
Not to bring it up too early, but Masek does have the inferior leg difference towards the bottom. If he keeps losing, not only
100.
is he not going to get any more points, but his leg difference is going to plummet. Group C is more likely than him in getting in Group B right now.
60.
But
Alexander,
that can
you
change.
require 120.
Yeah, it is looking that way, but it can change with shots like this.
$100.
He's been pretty useful on double 10 as well.
114.
He's under a little bit of pressure.
Alexander, you require 20.
But double
Gates
10
on
is
the
found.
sixth leg. Alexander Masek.
And for the second time today, we now go the distance. The last time
Seventh and final leg. It's Lee to throw
was
first.
when Masek played
Game
against
on.
Whitehead.
100.
He's keeping his cool as Coxey. Such a big leg, this. Whitehead is praying
6.
that Masek does him a favour. If he doesn't, Cox will retain the lead going into round 3.
58.
There he plays Mike Warburton.
Yeah, struggling to find a treble there. Was Lee Cox. Something that Alexander is not having a problem with.
140.
And when it comes to board management in a game like this, you can't leave 3-4-3 after 6. You can't leave a finish from that position.
100.
It's a 1-dart lead. But this again is 50-50.
$100.
Great recovery.
95.
It's not bad. They are toying with each other right now.
It really is blow for blow, isn't it? Is this going to be the opportunity? Has to stay straight. Minimum requirement.
45. Lee requires.
Wow, there's only 8 points
148.
between them. Lee retains the darts.
100.
We've had
Alexander, you
one
require 156.
ton plus checkout in this game. Lee does not want to see any more. He'll get his wish.
100.
And now he gets his
Lee
chance.
require 48.
For 18 points.
Game shot.
You can
and
see how
the
much it
match.
meant to him to hit that double
Peacock.
10. He retains the lead in the table on points, and Masek took both Coxey and Whitehead the distance, but wasn't able to win the final leg. So his battle is done. He can't win the group, but Lee Cox very much can, after ending round 2 with a 4-3 victory.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and after a hard-fought 4-3 victory for Lee Cox to take him to 2 points ahead once again with 3 games remaining today for all players, the pressure is back on the chasing pack, and with Warburton and McDonagh on 12 points, they need a miracle to get through this situation. It looks like a 2-horse race at this stage, but round 3 may tell us the next chapter of the story. McDonagh and Whitehead will go toe-to-toe now And Whitehead, who played really well at times over the course of the first couple of rounds and still hasn't lost today, that needs to remain the case to put the pressure back on Lee, who plays Mike Warburton in game number 9.
Ronan did turn Conan over on Monday to the value of 4-2, so
Ronan to throw first.
Conan will have to be
Game on.
wary.
I think he already is. What he's starting to do here,
131.
Conan, is he's staring his opponents down. It's almost as if Conan is the gatekeeper.
58.
Or the guy that goes around the farmer's fields with the shotgun, making sure that people don't go poaching. Don't come on my land and think that you can take what you want. This is my patch.
Get off my land. It's exactly how it's done.
58.
Trespassers will be shot. Survivors will be shot again.
85.
Yeah, we used to toy with that kind of thing when we were kids. I used to live in a
85.
small place next to a lot of farmers' fields, and those farmers hated us.
You want to see kids go over a barbed wire fence when you chase them on a quad bike?
125.
It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. A couple of them could have made the Olympic team, you know, I'm telling you.
76. Ronan, you require
Sounds like a scene from Forrest Gump when they're chasing him with the truck. Run, Ronan, run.
Leg, Ronan McDonagh.
His doubles over the last couple of games have been sensational, but yeah, his
Second
doubles have been
leg,
hot,
it's
but it
Conan
looks
to throw
like
first.
he's very hot on the
Game on.
stage. It's winter here in England, but McDonagh looks like he's being cooked like a doner on the stage,
140.
constantly wafting the dart shirt.
$131.
One of the problems that Whitehead has for the rest of the day
100.
is that he doesn't have the darts in 2 of his 3 remaining games.
Yeah, I just noticed that. Was about to bring that up.
60.
Where his opponent, Lee Cox, does.
100.
It does look like the deck is being stacked against Conan.
100.
No, I thoroughly believe
Ronan,
it's
you
a 2-horse
require
race.
161.
With McDonagh on 12 points, Warburton on 12 points, I can't see them getting to the top because I don't see Lee Cox folding.
137.
And even if he does, Whitehead is closer than the other 2. But because Warburton
43.
and McDonagh have been so
Ronan, you
competitive,
require 24.
they can cause havoc in this table. 66.
12.
He hit it in a previous match when he didn't need
Ronan,
it,
you require 167.
and he doesn't hit it there when he does.
139. Conan, you require 12.
Pleasure asserted on this double 6 for Conan. Off the barrel. Oh, double 3. The dodgy double
6.
3.
Ronan, you
And little
require
McDonagh
28.
had a farm, is back in. Oh, wild. Double 7.
21.
The moment grabbed him there. The moment owned him. He
Conan,
didn't
you
own the
require
moment.
6.
I think he was perturbed by that first dart.
Gets
That
on a
is
second
brilliant.
leg.
When you hit
Conan
double
Whitehead.
3 with dart 2, it just goes to show how courageous you can be.
And that is the prime example of owning the moment.
Third
right
leg,
there
it's
on a
Ronan to
horrible
throw
double.
first. Game on.
No second thought other than hitting it. That's owning the moment.
180.
Ronan has owned that one, and there will be plenty more to own. And even though you do get a
100.
second chance of qualifying for Saturday over the next couple of days, if you don't win Group A, tomorrow afternoon, when we are starting again from 1 o'clock in the afternoon
57.
with Group C, it's at that point where it's no more second chances. Conan wasn't even supposed to be in Group A this week. But because of the withdrawal from Robert Thornton, he was able to step up to the plate. But he now doesn't want to
44.
play on Thursday and Friday.
I think that was a... Excuse me, it's my turn. Please, could you move over?
60.
From Conan there. Don't think he'll be quite so polite next time.
McDonagh might not have an idea about what's happening behind him.
60.
He is a very quick retriever. Does everything in a somewhat fidgety manner.
85. Ronan, you require 106.
I think the biggest thing when you play Ronan is to ignore everything he does.
60.
What a game Ronan and Richie Burnett would be.
You need a Richter scale for that one.
100.
Just wanted to leave
Ronan, you
56,
require
didn't he?
100.
So much easier than 96. 2 double tops.
6.
He's only got 1.
Conan, you require 96.
Double 18.
87.
Well, double 18 and double 9 have not been found by him
Ronan, you
today.
require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on a
And if you
third
look at the
leg,
rhythm
Ronan McDonagh.
of that third dart, it was so much better than dart 1 and dart 2.
Full flag. It's Conan to throw first. Game on. $60.
Is it fair to say at this juncture, Scott, that this game is becoming annoying for Conan?
140.
There's a touch of needle creeping in, you'd probably say.
140.
Give me a game in your career where you felt like Conan feels right now.
Every time I played Dozer.
100.
Every single time.
So what was it about the games with Glenn?
The gamesmanship beforehand. And I just wanted to get up there and rip his head off.
140.
And I can't play angry. And once he got me angry, he had me every time. And now we sit in the commentary box together. And
140.
we're all great without a dart in our
require
hand. It's
161.
really weird. We get on great.
Do you know what? It's not often we get such an honest answer. It's a bit like that line from Love Actually. Well, thanks, Bill, for that
50.
really honest answer. It's not often we get that kind of honesty
Ronan,
in
you
Radio
require
Watford.
121.
What's happening here?
75.
Well, Whitehead now needs
Conan, you
some plus
require
checkout just to get
111.
level. If he hits this, you might want to turn the volume up.
71. Ronan, you require 46.
Is this game getting away from Whitehead?
Game shot on
It is at the
full
minute.
flag, Ronan McDonagh.
And McDonagh still believes he can win this group by the looks of it. He's playing a
Fifth
very
flag, it's
dangerous
Ronan to
game
throw
here.
First. Game on.
And those flights of Whitehead are getting all of the frustration. It's pretty good, 88 average.
97.
Whitehead will not be happy with his numbers, but he's not feeling numbers right now. He's just feeling frustrated.
140.
Yeah, nicely done. He's calmed himself down. Concerning thing here for Conan is that both players have had 11 darts at a double apiece, and it's McDonagh who's hit 3.
59.
Conan just the one.
85.
Not the first time he's done that this week.
81.
Dropped the dart from his right hand and caught it and thrown it all in one motion.
99.
This could be a dream result for Lee Cox.
100.
But he's not finished.
If
this is finished,
you require 120.
The game is done.
What a moment this would be.
60.
Now
Ronan,
the
you
misses at the
require
double
41.
have to stop. And they
Edge on
do.
the fifth leg, Conan Whitehead.
Defiant look from Whitehead. One of 2 breaks needed in the bank.
Sixth leg, it's Conan to throw first.
You feel
Game
he's just
on.
keeping a lid on it at the moment. The steam is ready to come out of the ears.
22.
Those single ones have plagued him today.
Yeah, well, that's a tough one. You know that you've done the hard work by doing the break, and then mentally you want to just go back in and be routine
120.
on what you're doing. Just stay routine and you'll be happy. But he hasn't done that. He's going to now have to find another big 180 to make up for it.
You were saying?
Well, it's not a problem, is it?
180.
It's all about knowing the player.
Now he's got to
6.
know the route. Because 140 is not a good shot here. Actually, it's not bad considering where McDonagh is.
140.
Okay, we'll let him off for leaving 159.
I thought his eyes went down then. I thought he was off down for 139, but he didn't. He stayed there.
57.
They were 2 good darts, too good a darts not to try and use, and unfortunately he went through between them. Needs that treble here.
45.
If there's a 140 from the Irishman right now, things may change.
100. Conan, you require 114.
This could get very interesting very quickly.
$53. Ronan, you require 164.
So where does Whitehead go on 61?
95. Conan, you require
This might be a shot
61.
he can't miss. Double 16 again.
$29.
He might have to survive a match start now.
Ronan, you require
He
69.
may have to. Is he going 45 route? Where's he off to?
He's got it. Double 12.
57.
Whitehead does survive.
Conan, you require 32.
And when you survive, you have to hit next.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Fascinating.
Conan Whitehead.
Just the same as the last couple of days, we've seen some dominance in round
Seventh
one.
and final
And then we go
leg.
to
It's
round 2
Ronan
and
to
round
throw
3.
first.
Things get really
Game on.
tense. Now Whitehead is reminding me
81.
of a John Malkovich character in a movie called Rounders. It's all about the game of poker, about the underground courtrooms of New York City.
41.
And Whitehead looked at McDonagh there as if to say, if you don't have my money, you are mine. He was Russian, by the way, and I apologise for that accent.
140.
He did it more in a Kent accent, I was going to say. But yeah, perfect. Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from.
100.
That impression of John Malkovich is done very well by Matt Damon, who is also in that movie with Ed Norton. Oh, watch out.
140.
How does Whitehead win this game now?
He's got to hope that there's some
43.
big mistakes
Ronan, you require 140.
from Ronan, and he has a bit of a roller coaster ride with this 140.
100.
Nothing has gone wrong. He's on tops after 12.
As perfect a last leg shootout as you can get, really. You take that every time.
85.
Conan
Ronan, you
knows
require 40.
what may be about to happen. Not yet, though. The only saving grace for Ronan is that double 10 has been arguably his best double on the board.
Oh, trademark 180.
140.
Not quite.
Ronan, you require 20.
He's found
Get
double 10
shot
again.
and the match.
It's a
Ronan
big
McDonagh.
victory for Ronan McDonagh. He's beaten Whitehead twice out of 3 attempts over the last 3 days, and he's given Lee Cox the advantage in round number 3 by winning that game in 7 legs. But now we turn our attention to Masek and Fagg in our middle game of the day, and they're both out of contention.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
We're about to go to the halfway mark of our Wednesday action here on Pluto TV. And we're going to take a bit of a break from the race for the top spot, because what we've just seen from Ronan McDonagh in taking out Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 3 in our second consecutive 7-leg match means that when Lee Cox plays Mike Warburton after this, he will have Group A pretty much in the palm of his hand.
First leg.
When he plays
It's
the
Jeremy
Welshman.
to throw first. Game on.
Maybe things won't be that simple. But this one is a battle of the bottom two as it stands. Somewhat harsh on Alexander Masek, actually. Sitting on 10 points. And Jeremy Fagg still on 4 after losing his first 2 games today.
134. $95.
Now, before we get too deep into this one, Scott, maybe we can have a little delve into what happened on this darting day, the 5th of February. We've already mentioned the World Cup final from 2012. Let's move swiftly on.
45.
Back in 1978, the Dutch Open was won by Jimmy Cox. It was won in 1989
100.
by Joan Palmley in the women's event. Nice to give these lesser-known names a bit of a mention,
100.
because, like Chris Murphy, myself and Henry have said in the past, Pluto TV's coverage of MODUS Super Series darts is not just about the MODUS Super Series, it's about all darts.
136.
But in 1989, the Dutch Open was won by Alan Warren-a-Little, beating Eric Claris.
Ah, I see. See, this is where we differ. When I look on the stuff on this day in history, I don't look at dart stuff. I look at
29.
other
Alexander
genetic things
require
that maybe happened in the
107.
UK. And on this day in 1958, the first parking meters were introduced to the UK, and that was in Mayfair in London.
Of course it was.
98.
And even back then, it was about 50 quid an hour.
Indeed. This one's slightly dart related. In 2006, the Dad's Army, the re-release of Dad's Army movie was happening, and the only reason I mention it is because it was all filmed in Bridlington, in the old town, where at the moment it resides as the famous home of the British Open in the WDF circuit, and has been for the last 20 years, even when the BDO was there.
40.
So
Jeremy
yeah, the Dad's
requires
Army
16.
movie that was released 2016, and all the sea
Game shot on the
landing
first leg.
shots were
Jeremy
all
Fagg.
done at Flamborough on the beach, just up the road from Bridlington.
And that double 8 landed
Second
really well
leg.
for
It's
Jezza,
Alexander to throw first.
off the back of a
Game on.
177. It is going to be Group C
100.
for Jeremy Fagg over the next couple of days, and that is something he's been a part of before. Looking at some
60.
other champions from this day in darts in yesteryear. Steve Beaton won the Dutch Open in 1995. He would then go on to defend it the following year.
60.
He has a name for you. The winner of the Dutch Open Women in 2006. Anne Kirk from Scotland. Former Women's World Master.
60.
Lovely, lovely lady. I still see her now and again, round and about. She still travels a little bit when you're, or if you're in Scotland at a big event in Scotland, she's usually there saying hello.
Scottish Open's on
100.
very soon, isn't it?
Yes, usually a couple of weeks after the Dutch show, yeah. Usually at the Normandy Hotel in Renfrew.
100.
And here's one for you. The Dutch Open Youth event in 2012 was won by a certain Rowby John Rodriguez.
100.
And who did he beat in the final? Dimitri Vandenberg.
Wow.
Back when Dimitri wasn't dancing and didn't have a match play
21.
title or a UK Open
Alexander
championship.
require 101. $45.
That's okay. He will be back for 56. And the pressure's off now. If he wants to make the top 3, Masek is going to have to win his last 3 games. It's as simple as that.
45.
Because Ronan
Alexander
McDonagh is
require
currently sitting on
56.
14 points, and he might be really hard to displace.
Game shot on the
Perfect.
second leg. Alexander Masek.
Couldn't ask for more, and it's 1-1.
I have to say, when Ronan's been
leg,
good,
it's
he's
Jeremy
been very,
to
very
throw
good,
first.
hasn't he? And
Game on.
when he's to get 14 points, he's had to play extremely well. Masek here is kind of been in the same boat, and
140.
poor old Jezza is just unlucky not to have more points. As simple as that. It's not that he's played the group like a tail end Charlie at all. Far from it.
6.
He's had a few 4-3s against the top players in the group and just been a little unfortunate. Speaking to him on the way in this morning, he said he was just going to enjoy today. Not too much pressure on him.
134.
Keep trying to hit as many trebles as he can and give himself opportunities, and that's pretty much what he's been doing all day.
100.
Do you know what happened 3 years ago today? The world number 1, Luke Humphries, won his very first Players' Championship title
35.
only 3 years ago.
You say only 3 years ago, but in the clientele that he's living and playing, to still be there at the top now 3 years later is
140.
pretty special, because they're a bit easy to have had bumps in the road for him, and he just jumps over them all, doesn't he? He runs through them and bounces back up the other side a better player.
Well, the funny thing is,
100.
when he won that final against Ryan Searle, winning 8-4, the first thing he said was, I believe I've won this tournament because the dartboards are different. That was the
6.
day
Jeremy, you require 92.
where the PDC put the Winmore Blade 6 triple core on the wall.
Oh, wow, that's knowledge. Good stuff.
How's the bull?
60,
Very
sir.
close from Jezza.
Alexander, you require 141.
That's a belief thing for sure, but
59. Jeremy, you require 25.
888.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah,
Jeremy
good finishing
Fagg.
in this game. Not making many mistakes at all.
Fourth
Is there any
leg, it's
reason why?
Alexander to throw
We
first.
talk a lot about the equipment
on.
that players use, as in the darts they throw, the shoes they wear, the shirts they wear.
135.
I suppose it's plausible that the changing of the dartboard could have a very profound effect. You look at certain cricketers are better on certain grounds. Certain golfers are better on certain
140.
golf courses. Certain football teams are better at different stadia.
well, you and I know that there are favourite places to play, and you feel happy to go back to them as a dart player. So yeah, maybe that can
95.
work, and maybe you're right. Maybe a dartboard could be that thing. Talking about beliefs, I'm just looking back on this day in history.
134.
Laker Airlines collapsed mainly because their owner, Sir Freddie Laker, felt that international travel should be cheaper, and he dropped all the prices of his flights to try and make
101.
international air travel more accessible to all. And 3 years later, his company went under, owing 270 million.
Oops.
So sometimes what you believe in isn't always the
134.
right thing.
Alexander, you require 170.
Another. Very nearly found it.
98. Jeremy, you require
And
93.
Jeremy did have a shot at 92 in the previous leg, going bull first. Different single. Same end product. Does he get it this time?
68.
It's almost a carbon copy.
Alexander, you require 72.
Another single for double 16.
Game shot on
Pinpoint
the fourth
stuff
leg. Alexander
from the
Masek.
check.
Seeing a bit of fist pumping coming in this
Fifth
morning.
leg, it's Jeremy to throw first.
This afternoon now.
Game on.
You and I were having a chat this morning about the World Seniors Championship, which is coming up. And Simon Whitlock's going to make his debut at that event at the Circus Tavern. Now, he has not played there for 20 years. He made his World Championship debut there just a shade over 20 years ago. And he's going to be up against Crocodile Dundee. What a great draw.
I'm sure both players would have picked somebody else out of the
100.
Field to have played, but I don't think Hoagie's one of those. Hoagie will be the underdog in that, and he'll be happy with that. He'll take that every time.
140.
He's another one that the seniors really has worked for. Paul Hogan. I played him in York in 2023, I think November time, and we had a bit of a ripper. I think it was 8-6 or 8-7. And we both mid-90 averages opening game of the tournament.
I like what you did there, by the way, Scott. You had a bit of a ripper.
100.
We did. We had a bit of a ripper. And I expect Simon Whitlock and him to be no different.
$86.
Yeah,
Alexander,
they
you
do
require
actually say that in Australia a little
161.
bit, but maybe not as much as people think.
$137.
It's a good leg from Alexander, isn't it?
Yeah, very tidy short iron into the green there.
He's definitely got a process,
100.
hasn't he?
Alexander, you require 24.
He has. Definitely has, and it works for him. I like it.
And he gets on with it. 6.
12.
See, plenty of people on 6 today.
Jeremy, you require
Why do I get the feeling that double's going to have a
135.
lot to say in the next few matches? And that 15 scuppers that attempt.
$95. Alexander, you require 12.
Significant pressure now on this for Masek.
Game
What
shot on
pressure?
the fifth
Pressure is
leg.
for tyres.
Alexander Masek.
And it goes.
We've already spoken about the fact that Masek decided to come here
Game on.
and not to Slovakia over the weekend. But one of his countrymen did qualify for the International Darts Open, where Masek made his European Tour debut last year.
140.
A gentleman by the name of Petr Krivik. Now, speaking to someone overnight about those qualifiers, I have it on good authority that Mr. Krivik
140.
isn't the quickest player in the world. Now, if you look at some of the results that he had over the weekend in getting to the IDO, which will be in Risa in a few
60.
weeks, some of those games were quite long. And I'm talking best of 11, one of them was over 50 minutes.
Wow. Yeah, that's fairly quick.
35.
50 minutes for a best of 11 match. I'm going to be eagle-eyeing that tournament because I've already written articles about slow players in the past, but that is a different level.
I had a game against a guy called Mickey Baker from West Midlands. Some who are listening and watching will know Mickey, and he's not the fastest in the world either.
86.
And we had a game, I think it went 5-4, and it was an hour and 15 minutes. Even I lost the will to live in that one.
I'm not surprised.
60.
I played
Jeremy,
Justin Pipe in
require
2009. We had
140.
a 10-leg match that lasted 46 minutes. There's no stated rule about the pace of play, but there is, you know, like they say, the spirit of the game in cricket. It's the same sort of thing in darts. If you're that slow,
Jeremy,
just
require
figure out how to
40.
be a bit quicker. Double top. This is to save the match. And he might not be getting a win in his third match of the day.
46.
As for Masek, he's looking to get his first win of the day as well, and he has a chance. And it's a chance he's taken.
And the match, Alexander Masek.
He goes 2-1 up in their head-to-head record, and it could well be another game for them tomorrow afternoon. Masek stays in 5th position in the table for now on leg difference, but that 4-2 victory does give him a chance still of getting to Group B. Now we turn our attention back to the top of the table as Lee Cox takes on Mike Warburton.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome to the end of round 3 on Wednesday in Group A. And Lee Cox, who is atop the table right now by 2 points and 4 points ahead of Ronan McDonagh and 6 points ahead of Mike Warburton, can now put 1 foot firmly into Saturday if he gets the better of Warburton here. But after defeat in this round for Whitehead at the hands of Ireland's McDonagh, now he's looking to get a favour from the Welshman.
Throw first. Game on.
Now, with a win in this game, Lee Cox cannot automatically qualify. But if he beats Warburton right here, and Whitehead was to lose to Jeremy Fagg next,
60.
that would be enough to put Lee into a Saturday night as a Group A winner for the second time.
100.
This is a pretty good moment to start finding your best stuff.
100.
I think these two could bring the best out in each other here. It's one of those matches.
I thought he was going to line up for another 9-darter for you to call there, Scott.
Yeah. Called the last one in.
You know what the best thing was about that 9-darter? It was the last leg of the match.
60.
That's exactly when you want to hit it.
Yeah, there's no point in wasting it in leg one and then going and losing 4-3, is there?
That's happened a few times.
6.
Willie Borland did it at the end of a match at the World Championship at Ali Pali. John Walton did it at the end of a match at the World Masters. And over the weekend at the
45.
Winmore World Masters
Lee
in
require
Milton Keynes,
161.
Dimitri Vandenberg hit one and didn't even celebrate it because he knew he still had a job to do. He has pulverized that treble 20 in that leg, and he's missed a single at the end.
$43. Lee required 27.
Plenty of time to get this one done. All in the same region of the board on the left-hand side.
11.
But he'll need another visit to get it done. Typically steady from Mike.
16.
This is for a break.
Game shot on the
And
first
it's his.
leg. Lee
In order to win the match, he needed to break at some point. He's got it out of the way immediately.
Second leg. It's Lee to throw first.
Yeah, more than
Game
significant break as well, isn't it?
96.
A break is a break when you manage to hold in the next leg.
The big problem for Mike Warburton is that with 3 matches remaining, he's playing Lee Cox here. He's then got Masek in game 12 and Jeremy Fagg in game 14. He would go from
30.
playing in this game to then playing people
29.
below him. That's not what you want if you want to win a group in a position like this. You want to be playing the people above you.
100.
Whitehead's already taken care of him. And for that reason, Warburton is looking to stay in a Group B
24.
spot over the next 2.5 matches because the top spot looked beyond him. And if you look at game 13, that's another reason why.
140.
Cox will play Whitehead. And they're both above him.
100.
So what looked like a 2-horse race
21.
after round 1 and into round 2, it is definitely becoming the case.
$57.
Need something big here to pressure the 64 of Warburton.
Only at 7 left. He can stay up top if he wants to.
82.
But we all say that 170 is easier than 167.
54.
Yeah, not so much movement. And 64, once you've hit the 48, is easier than both the 170 and the 167.
56.
Still difficult to find
Lee
sometimes.
require 170.
You can't start a 170 combo with a 1.
36. Mikey require 8. Game
Well,
shot
there
on the
goes leg
second
2.
leg. Mike Warburton.
That break did not last long. And like you said, Scott, it's not a break unless you're holding the next leg.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
And now Mike has the same problem as Lee Cox had. Looks like a break. Feels like a break. Doesn't count as a break on the scoreboard till you hold again your own throw.
How's Lee feeling right now? Knowing that he's still in the lead. But he's still not comfortable, is he?
Yeah, I mean, you only... When somebody asks you a question like that, you try to answer it how you would feel in that situation. And I think I wouldn't...
60.
I would be sort of looking at that thinking I need another couple of games. I don't care where they come or how they come. I'm going to go out there and try and put my best out there. And the sooner they come, the better. I don't think I would be over-worrying it until the last game. I had a situation where I won 5 games here on one day and lost all 5 on the second day and didn't qualify. And that was just down to me being a little bit unlucky. I had chances. In 2 games, I had 6 darts at a double to win those games. And I only needed 1 win, and I was through. So
60.
Yeah, you can overthink it, and sometimes you need to have a few nerves to get over the line. But I don't think in this situation Lee Cox will be nervous about anything. If others have started doing 100 averages and 90 averages all around him, then yeah, be a little bit wary. But that's not really happening at the moment. He's still the class horse in the race as far as the averages are concerned. And you just feel it's just a matter of time before he does enough to get through.
61.
That works. Double 18.
Game shot on the third leg.
Very good. 1-0 down, now 2-1 up.
Fourth leg.
I'm trying to figure out.
First. Game on.
On the back of Mike's shirt, there is a dragon. On a crest. I'm trying to figure out what the letters are for. And Mike's all about family. He's got the name of his children on the sleeve.
100.
But on that, what looks like a shield on the back, I think it says LH.
45.
Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I would love to know what that means.
140.
I know what victory for Warby would mean. It would mean a very happy Conan. And if you look at the difference between Conan and Lee Cox at this point in time, there you go. I might be reading the gaps, you know, it might say MW.
81.
Now you've said it's MW. I still can't see that it's MW, so yeah, you're better than me.
Yeah, the difference between Lee and Conan right now is
6.
Conan wants to have a chance. It definitely says MW, by the way. Conan wants to have a chance in the last match against Lee. Lee wants it done before then.
60. Lee require 156.
Only half the score.
Mikey require 120.
Well, actually less than that. And Warburton is looking to double what Lee's just done.
Lee require 96.
Double 18.
56.
Somewhat cautious.
Mikey requires 60.
Yeah, well, there's always a chance you can get back with Warburton on 60, but you wouldn't bet on it. Lovely dart.
Game shot.
Perfect dart
flag.
to be able
Mike
to use.
Warburton.
Even difficult to explain, but when you're throwing darts, practicing
Fifth leg,
constantly,
it's
you
Mike
even
to throw
start to
first.
know when the
Game
flights are at the right angle for you to use them better. And that one had the V of the fight in the most perfect position to thunder into it and actually make it work for you, rather than having the downward part of the flight blocking.
45.
It was just saying, come and get me, like using a funnel to fill your lawnmower up.
Earlier on this morning, we spoke with Mike,
100.
talking about this proclivity of him averaging 87 all the time. His overall average for every time he's been here is 87. In his second game today, he averaged 87 in defeat.
140.
Right now, he's averaging 87. It happens too much for it to be an accident.
45.
And he doesn't even realise he's doing it, is the best bit.
Not at all. Now, his ceiling, we have seen in the past, is 115. He's got a very high ceiling. But predominantly, he's in that 85 to 90 bracket. Which is why he's constantly here. Because that kind of level will always
59.
compete. Now Lee's in trouble. Started this game with a leg difference of plus 11.
60.
If he was to lose by 4 legs to 1, that would go to plus 8. Only 1 leg ahead of Conan Whitehead. Albeit
140.
with 2 extra points. This could be getting drastic.
But Lee's dropped off his average that he's been running for most of the week by sort of 8 to 10 points here.
140.
He's just not done it in this game, and
157.
that's why he finds himself trailing more than anything. He's just not been scoring.
97.
A
Mikey
chance
require
to put Lee
56.
away. And to get his first win against the man from Crawley this week. It's tops again. He didn't have the
36.
same marker this time.
Lee requires 60.
Well, he didn't indeed, and this is a big chance to turn this game on its head.
It's got to be aggressive.
40.
Just a little bit too
Mikey requires
defensive.
20.
Didn't throw at the double, he threw towards it. And that double is now open for Warby. Last chance.
Game
And the
shot
chance he
and the
takes.
match, Mike Warburton.
We are going to end round 3 on day 3 without any answers. Because the man at the top is not safe. Warburton has found his way back to 3rd position in the table, and he's not out of it yet. Incredible stuff. But with that 4-1 victory, we've got a lot to talk about when we come back after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van and the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the action, and with 2 rounds remaining, we still don't have a great deal of answers because Cox and Whitehead are still doing battle for the top spot, but Warburton is still hanging on by the finest of margins. McDonagh, with that -4 leg difference, is pretty much out of it. But Masek and Fagg at the bottom, they will be looking to just finish with a bit of pride. And in the case of Masek, he can still vault his way up into the top 3 for a Group B spot. So still plenty of stuff to go with 6 games remaining in this group. And Whitehead can accomplish 2 things in this game. 1, he can knock on the door of Lee Cox again and get to 18 points. He can also eliminate Mike Warburton from winning this group because we have that Game 13 situation where Cox will play Whitehead at the start of the final round, meaning that someone has to take those 2
Conan
points.
to throw first. Game on.
Which means Warburton would not be able to win the group if Whitehead wins this match. And Scott Mitchell, he must win this match.
100.
Yeah, so a bit of a double-edged sword for him. And we know that Jez has been playing all right lately as well. You know, an 87, and he lost 4-2 to a 91 in his last game. And the one before that, he was on an 85 and lost to just over
41.
a 90. So it's not for the lack of trying from Jeremy Fagg that he's not winning matches. He's there and thereabouts. Just the odd dart short on winning matches.
It's been a funny old group, this. Because aside from
95.
the 5 wins from 5 matches from Lee Cox on day 1, it's been very closely fought.
It has. It's really been, you know, people have been duffing each other up, and there's been games being won against the top guys that you didn't expect to see happen. And then the top guys have to play each other. Ultimately, then somebody has to lose. So, yeah, it's been a really,
43.
really intriguing
Jeremy, you require 96.
group indeed.
Well, just to paint the picture of that, both Whitehead and Cox lost in the last round. And they're at the top of the table.
88.
Not the first time that Jez has thought his way to a better-looking double.
125. Jeremy, you require 8.
This could be an immediate break of throw.
No score.
That'll be music to the ears of Whitehead.
Conan, you require 97.
Double 19.
41.
And I think that third dart was
Jeremy, you
thrown in
require
disgust.
8.
Yeah, it was indeed. No two ways about that. Can Jezza get his dart to stay in the board?
Game shot on the first leg.
It stays in the
Jeremy
board,
Fagg.
and it's in the right segment as well.
Second leg, it's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
Is that the most Australian dart shirt you've ever seen? Because there have been a couple of belters.
Yeah, kind of. There are some other belters. I think Simon's with a kangaroo on it, and that's very Australian-y. Somebody that lives in Waterlooville.
60.
I think there have been a couple of really good ones in World Series matches over the years.
45.
Worn by people who aren't even Australian. Someone who won in Wollongong last year, Gerwin Price. He had a pretty nice
92.
one on. He's got different colours of his dart shirt. But I go back to when we used to have the Sydney Masters. Adrian Lewis had an absolute belter. Brilliant shirt it was.
60.
Not talked about enough. Because he was always noted for wearing dark coloured shirts. And then when he went to Sydney, he wore this Australian coloured one. And it was brilliant.
99.
This is about 10 years ago.
When I went to Australia, I had Scotty Dog on tour down under, and I think I had it printed on upside down.
100.
Something. I had a kangaroo on there. I don't know what I did, but I had something Australian. I sort of revamped
42.
my shirt to be Australian. I can't remember what it was. It was like 6-7 years ago now, and I still don't own one because I took 3 out there, and all 3 went. They were sort of
64.
giving them to friends and swapping them with friends and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, dart shirts are a bit of a commodity these days. There is a bit of an economy when it comes
100.
to collections and
132.
limited editions and things like that.
Yeah, I swapped with Mitchell Clegg, which is always handy because back then Mitchell was quite a big guy like me, and I've just got to find a green piece of
42.
tape to go across the Clegg
you
bit
require
because it's got
108.
Mitchell across the top of the shoulders, so I could actually wear it.
Double 18.
Game shot on the
Finally,
second leg.
Whitehead
Conan
has
Whitehead.
found the 18s department. I take that as his first double 18
Third
of the
leg,
day.
it's Conan to throw first.
I think it is
Game on.
actually, yes.
By the way, the right colour tape you need for that shirt, it's that electrical tape that's
41.
green and yellow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the stripy one. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, that'll work. Just got to find a wide version of it. My last couple of shirts, actually, I've swapped with some.
42.
I think my last 2 went to Canada. One at Europe, one at World Cup. I swapped with a Canadian youth lady. She wanted
79.
my shirt. She was a youth player and been watching me for ages. And
Emily Alford?
I think it is. Yes, I think it was. And I swapped with her, and then I swapped with one of the American guys,
130
youth players in Hungary, I think, at the World Masters.
85.
Yeah, they were talking about that on an American network about shirt swapping in football. Oh, what's your best shirt swap? And Thierry Henry said
123.
Ronaldo 98 World Cup final.
Whoa.
That can't be topped. Unless
No.
someone's got Bobby Moore 66.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Or Pele in 1970 or something like that. My word.
94.
Imagine owning that shirt.
Apparently in 1966 they had 2 shirts. And generally the players kept the one that they wore. And if they did swap any, they swapped the one that they didn't wear.
135.
That was there as a spare. But I mean, they were like donkey jackets back in them days, those shirts, weren't they?
Absolutely. Not like these days where all these dart players wear
45.
breathable shirts because
Jeremy,
Technology's come such a far
67.
way
Yeah,
since yesteryear.
I've got those sorts of shirts. It's just a pity I'm 4.5 stone overweight. Still want the space age materials.
27.
And Whitehead
Conan, you require 157.
needs a haymaker.
97.
Now he
Jeremy, you
requires
require 40.
an error.
Gabe
doesn't
Shaw on
come.
the third leg. Jeremy Fagg.
Jez is an experienced
Fourth leg,
campaigner.
it's
He
Jeremy
knows
to
what
throw
situation
first.
Conan's in
Game
here.
on.
He knows what situation Conan's in here, and he may be feeling he can take advantage here of a drop-off from Conan, and we're kind of seeing that.
81.
It's whether Jezza can sustain it without Conan getting pretty angry and coming back with those trademark 180s.
60.
It's just not there at the minute. What's the best dart shirt that you have that isn't yours then? I know everybody watching this would like to know that.
Do you know what? I've got a couple that I really absolutely love. I've got Trina Gulliver's 9th World Championship winning shirt.
Nice.
That one I absolutely love.
100.
And it's not a special shirt in any way, shape or form, but I have an MVG shirt from when I played him on my first Pro Tour. I went, I got my tour card, everybody's in the room, board one, live stream board one, Scott Mitchell versus Michael Van Gerwen. and I asked him for the shirt
92.
after, and he said, yeah, no problem, Scott. Yeah, he was lovely about it. But at that point, I didn't realise you weren't allowed to ask for shirt. It was my first game in, so yeah, I was. That's one that sort of graces. I'd love a Phil Taylor match one, but I've never had the guile to go up to Phil and ask for one. It's a bit of a strange one, but yeah.
45.
I've got a Mark Webster World Cup shirt, which I treasure. And I have Mikuru Suzuki's, one of the shirts that she wore when she won her second world title.
140.
Oh, okay.
I adore that one, but my favourite has got something to do with Conan, because he's replacing someone in Group A this week. Someone by the name of Robert Thornton. I have the only ever printed
94.
Robert
Jeremy, you
Thornton
require
Jockey
100.
Wilson Cup shirt from 2009. One of one.
I have one of Robert's as well. Robert gave it to me for a youth auction
80.
down our way, and I put it in and I bought it back.
Well, Conan needs to put the gavel down on this.
78.
He didn't go 60 bull
Jeremy, you require
because he
20.
knew that he needed a bigger segment to end the leg and he couldn't find it. Things are getting pretty drastic.
Gabe Shaw on the fourth leg.
And
Jeremy
Jezza is
Fagg.
not sympathetic. He just wants to get off the mark today for his own pride.
Fifth leg. It's Conan
3
to
straight
throw
legs
first.
needed.
Game on.
If he doesn't get them, when Lee Cox plays against Ronan McDonagh next,
55.
he will then have a chance of winning the next match and putting it beyond doubt.
$140.
You know the 1986 Hand of God shirt? Diego Maradona.
Yes.
You know it was auctioned.
Didn't Steve Hodge have it?
Steve Hodge
60.
made more money from that shirt than his entire career. Just because he got it off Diego Maradona's back in 1986.
Yeah, after the match. What a... Yeah, it's a... For lesser teams, it's
96.
becoming a big thought before the match now, isn't it, in football? I have a Bournemouth shirt that was signed by all the
45.
substitutes, not the players, the substitutes in 2014 on the Bolton game where it was guaranteed that Bournemouth were to be promoted to the Premier for the first time. And I suppose that's rare that you wouldn't have a shirt that's just signed by substitutes.
95.
I think those kind of things can do remarkable things for people's confidence for charities, but right now, Conan is boiling over.
43.
This is getting
Jeremy
away from him.
require 170.
Jez is just playing a game of darts. And he's winning it convincingly.
121. $60. Jeremy,
There's a strange dynamic in this round. Because as tops is the target, it is hit by Jeremy Fagg
Jeremy Fagg
to win the game. Whitehead is not upset with Jeremy Fagg, trust me. He's upset with himself because he did not play well in that game. He won't have long to fix it before he plays Lee Cox, but it might be out of his hands by the time he does, because when Lee plays next against McDonagh, it could be all said and done.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to Portsmouth. The live lounge may be about to see somebody go through to Saturday night in week number 3 for the first time. Lee Cox has been top of the table pretty much wire to wire. But he's got somebody in his way in this game who has been real trouble for everybody.
To throw first. Game on.
If you play him in the first round, you should be okay. But if you play him after that, it's a different proposition. And now it's simple.
60.
Lee wins. He wins the group. And nobody's going to catch him. And then we will turn our attention to see who makes Group B
58.
in positions 2 and 3. This is a big opportunity for Lee. He can go home for a couple of days if he wins this match.
84.
Or the next. Because Crawley is not that far away. It's about 75 miles.
96.
Yeah, but we mustn't forget he's playing Ronan McDonagh. And today, he's been loving it.
108.
He doesn't love that.
60.
This does have the feeling of a final for Lee.
137.
Ronan has got very, very good ambitions of getting in the top 3.
43.
But his leg
He
difference is not
requires
as good as
40.
Warburton. That's a big problem.
Game shot of first
1
leg.
down, 3 to
Kickoff.
go. And like we said earlier on today, he wants to get this done before he plays
Second
Whitehead in
leg.
game
It's Ronan
13.
to throw first. Game
He does
on.
not want to have to win by a certain margin or have to get a certain amount of legs or even win the game.
60.
He will want to win the match, don't get me wrong. But he wants the pressure lifted before that match even takes place.
140.
He's looking very
6.
assertive here in this one. Very positive. I think he knows the outcome.
60.
Have you ever noticed the left arm of Lee Cox? He's got a name on that arm.
44.
It says Conan.
You joshing me?
I'm not.
60.
Inside of his left arm, it says Conan.
Do you know the reason why?
Well, I know that Conan and Lee have been very close for
131.
many years. I'm going off my memory here, but I believe that is the name of one of his children.
100.
Ah, that would make valuable sense. I've got Nico
44.
at the inside of my left arm.
You require
He hasn't.
141.
No, I could do because there's a tattooist over the road.
Next thing you know, you're going to be daring me about something, and the loser's got to get a tattoo.
55.
Yeah.
I've already got my Scott Mitchell tattoo. It's all over my back, which you can't see.
Yeah, that's the best place for it.
94.
Don't wanna be able to
You
see it.
require 86.
It's of an invisible dog.
Yeah, it's an invisible dog. Good point. My wife has got a visible dog, but it's not visible to many.
61. Ronan, you
She
require
has a Scotty dog
68.
logo. Yeah, say no more. We won't go there.
Game shot on second
Ronan
leg.
went there.
Ronan McDonagh.
Lee misses the bull, and Ronan says, "Don't forget about me."
Third leg. It's Lee to throw first.
She has showed Hendo the
Game on.
tattoo. And Hendo nicknamed my wife the Wild Thing after he showed. Yeah, absolutely.
80.
No problem with me. Me and Veronica got no problem with it at all. Called her the Wild Thing for where it's tattooed.
45.
Bless.
Well, that's a good idea for a segment on Pluto TV, isn't it? Darting tattoos. There are plenty to choose from.
Loads.
100.
I think I haven't got one. I don't know whether you have. I haven't got a tattoo at all.
I got a few.
60.
Having somebody giving you pain, I just don't understand the want of that, but there we go. I do have a piercing though, but we'll leave that to the
100.
imagination. Yeah, we'll leave that to the imagination. My other nickname was going to be the watering
96.
can.
Yeah, I think for some players, they're marked so much
60.
that in order to tell the story of their tattoos, you need a sat nav.
Six.
Can't see wood
Lee
for
require
trees,
161.
as they'd say in Yorkshire.
That looks good.
83.
The second one was in. What a shot that was.
Yeah, that was some dart.
100. Lee requires.
Well, this is all he's got to do. It sounds simple, but hold your throw 4 times.
38. Ronan, you
However, we
require
have seen some big
140.
hits today. We're going to have to wait for another one. And these are the mistakes
54.
that can't
Lee
be made.
require
40 points, 3 darts. Just get it hit.
Game shot on a third leg.
Warning
Lee
heeded. And now he only needs to hold twice more.
fourth leg. It's Ronan to throw first.
But if he
Game on.
breaks, he'll only have to hold once.
66.
Yeah, Ronan's won 2 of his 3 games today, so he is
96.
dangerous. Obviously, he beat Conan and he's beat Jeremy Fagg today, but lost out in his first one to
100.
Warby.
It has been a bit of England against the world in this group, hasn't it? Lee and Conan from
100.
England, Mike from Wales, Ronan from Ireland, Alexander from Czechia, and Jeremy from Australia.
45.
England are winning this one. And the most this group can be won with is 22 points.
139.
That's if Coxey wins this game and the next.
137.
Yeah, good visit from Ronan.
$45. Ronan, you require 153.
121 is a very inviting number.
93.
At this level, you
Lee
expect to get
require
a shot at the ball.
121.
He should. And he does.
73.
But if we may
Ronan,
say
you
so, his
require
bullseye
6.
shooting hasn't been great.
Game shot on the
Ronan's
fourth leg.
doubling at
Ronan
times
McDonagh.
has been so good. Maybe better than anybody in this group. And he has had a hot
Fifth
streak
leg.
today.
It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
When he played in game 4 against Jeremy Fagg, he had 3 combination finishes in a row. And this is
40.
something Lee's got to be wary of. If he gets on a hot streak like that again, he can easily win this game 4-2.
He's a player that Ronan it
47.
seems like he doesn't really care about what the other player's doing. It's all about him battling his little demons in his head,
140.
which is the same for all of us. Let's not beat around the bush. That's the way it is. But he gets on with the job.
140. $58.
And because of the opponent that Lee has right now, and the way he's performing, and he still looks very confident,
84.
Lee's not safe.
$95.
Oh no. Now he's got to hope that he does get 6 darts from 168, which he might not. Runner's done the right thing there. Retrieval from the left hand to the right.
140.
It didn't work, so he stepped back. 2 treble 20s, watch. Usually happens when you leave a bogey number.
It does indeed.
Ronan, you require
More often
90.
than you ever give credit for.
Double 15. He's at it again.
Shot on the fifth leg. Ronan McDonagh.
2 in a row on combination finishes. And it's amazing how
Sixth
things
leg.
change.
It's Ronan to throw first.
Whitehead in
Game on.
game 7 really didn't enjoy that 4-3 defeat to McDonagh, but now he looks at Ronan like his best mate.
$46. $100.
Just got to play your game at this point. You can't change anything.
100.
If there's something that just hasn't been going right today and you know how to fix it, now is the time to get it right.
140.
He does have that ability to get those dots really close together.
140.
He does hold the dart very sort of point at the front, doesn't he? The grip is sort of halfway to more to the front, so he launches the dart with a the point is the power, isn't it? Whereas the rear gripper, it's the whole dart is the power. So it does allow him to have an angle of the dart that you can slide alongside.
43.
And what we've got to say at this point as well is that if Ronan McDonagh hits the 134, Mike Warburton is still alive.
140.
And so is Ronan.
Lee require 118.
Indeed, he's playing for himself here. And that's resigned to the fact
Ronan,
that he's losing.
20.
Astonishing stuff. He hasn't found it though.
Lee require 91.
Lee still has it in his hands. 74. And he went for tops to leave double
59.
17.
Ronan, you require 10. No score.
And now
Decisions going on
You
here.
require 32.
oh, how the tails will turn.
16.
You can't predict a thing in this group
Ronan,
right now.
you require 10.
Hence nervous headache going on here.
No score.
He keeps missing it high.
Lee requires 16.
Adrenaline issues, isn't it?
He is living a very charmed life.
Game shot on his 6th leg.
Considering
Lee Cox.
how he played yesterday, overall, the fact that he wasn't
7
overtaken
from final
was
leg.
very,
It's
very
Lee to
unusual.
throw first.
How he's still in this
Game on.
game, I have got no clue. But if he wins this leg, all the permutations are thrown out the window.
60.
Lee Cox wins the group with this leg. McDonagh wins the leg.
100.
We've still got a lot to discuss. But because this game is so
60.
close, McDonagh stays in 4th position with that -4 leg difference, which is definitely his Achilles heel.
60.
It's starting to look like one of those groups where you can be in with a chance to win towards the end, but you might end up in Group C.
58.
That's what Tommy Morris had last week.
Yeah, he did. Exactly what he did. He had 15 4-3s along the way. It was a roller coaster ride for him.
140.
I was so much invested in the drama of the last leg that I forgot to write down how many match
41.
starts Ronan's missed.
$62.
A 139 has changed the day. That was when Masek hit it against Whitehead. Oh, how big could that be?
180. Ronan, you require 139.
If he hits this, it may just be the most
103.
impressive
Lee require
6-start
102.
conversion he's had in this building. Double top.
62.
He's had a dart to win the group.
Ronan, you require 36.
And now he has to wait.
And the match, Ronan McDonagh.
That is a game of 2 darts. 1 misses, 1 hits. And Lee is not safe yet with 1 round to go. It will come down to that game that he plays with Conan Whitehead in game 13. But before that, we've got Masek up against Warburton, who's still alive.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to a climactic MODUS Super Series campaign in Group A this week. Week 3 is not disappointing. And if you think that 4-3 win for Ronan McDonagh was good for Conan Whitehead only, think again. It has kept Mike Warburton alive. He's got Alexander Masek now, and he's got Jeremy Fagg in game 14. There is a scenario where Warburton can still be the top dog. And it's all because his leg difference is very healthy. He sits in 4th position with 4 games to go in the group. What he needs to do is win this game
First
and
leg
his
is
next one.
Alexander to throw first. Game on.
And he needs Whitehead to beat Lee Cox next. The leg difference, we'll get into that in due course. But the basic premise here is Warburton has to win
6.
or he's not going to win this group.
Now, no disrespect to the two players at the bottom of the group. That's who Mike has to play. He has a couple of wins this last couple of days against Jeremy Fagg.
41.
He has his last game against Alexander was a win as well.
100.
So he's 1-1 against he's 1-1 him and Alexander, and he's 2-0 against Jeremy Fagg, and those are his last two games. Got a bit confusing there. I confused myself.
By the way, we did get to the bottom of the mystery with the badge on the back of the shirt. It is MW. I was looking at the gaps in between the letters.
I was looking at the gaps in between the letters, and even when you worked it out, I couldn't work it out. But yeah, because it's all the same colour, isn't it? Whereas if you look at it on his flights, the M is in red, and the W, as Henry would say,
60.
is in green.
Yeah,
there's no L's down there. Otherwise, he'd be known as Larby.
60.
And the only reason you'd use a word like that is to describe a Thai salad. It's one of our friend John Rowling's favourite dishes, that, by the way, Scott. He likes a larb. A spicy Thai salad. He loves one of them. Warby's got to get his teeth into this. One of the reasons why this group has been so tight is because there are
100.
dangerous opponents
Alexander, you require
everywhere.
100.
Yeah, Jeremy Fagg, 2 games ago, bottom of the table on 4 points only, and he was still able to beat the person in second comfortably.
62.
Then you got Masek now, who is looking like finishing 5th. He's up against the person in 4th, and this has got a lot on the line.
60. Alexander, you require 38.
This doesn't happen every week. Got to split the 19 and go to double 1. That wasn't the plan. Warburton thinks this is in.
36.
He couldn't have been more wrong.
Mike, you require 120.
Triple lipstick time. Double 10.
110. Alexander, you require 2.
Madhouse for Masek.
Game shot on the first leg. Alexander Masek.
We'll cut him some slack. He had a marker from the last visit, which was about 2 inches away.
Second leg. It's Mike
Well, if
to throw
double 1
first.
is
Game
Czechia, his previous start before hitting it, it was in Poland.
60.
I think we're going to get some Polish players here this year. We're not going to get Sebastian Białecki because he's now a member of the Pro Tour. And Titus Karnik is going to be on tour as well.
100.
But I'm sure there are some other Polish talents who would love to have a crack here. Maybe the thumb will come back, Krzysztof Kachuk.
100.
He was popular when he was down here. He was good. Played some great stuff.
Yeah, nice guy. I played him in one of the BDO tournaments. I think maybe the World Trophy or something. One of the first ones
140.
we played. He'd played, first TCV he played, and the other one was, is it Sebastian Steyer?
Sebastian Steyer, yeah.
Yeah. He's a nice guy too.
Yeah, he looks fairly menacing, but he's a bit of a puppy dog, isn't he?
It's only because we got Grant and Phil Mitchell in the Queen Vic at EastEnders, and he looks very similar, so we all think he's going to be a bit of a tough nut. He might well be, but yeah, he's nice enough guy.
36.
Now, these are the kind of guys that Alexander will be rubbing shoulders with if he goes to any European Tour qualifiers this year. They tend to cluster them all together. They've already done 4 of them, I believe there are some more at the end of the
59.
month. And then they'll finish up their qualifiers in August. So if you have a good couple of days, you can get yourself in a lot of European Tour action if you have a hot streak.
65.
And that's all for non-tour card holders.
Correct.
In which the English aren't allowed to go.
They're purely for Eastern European nations.
Got it.
So Poland, Hungary, Czechia, Slovakia, Romania.
79.
Latvia.
Alexander, you require.
Oh, no, they're part of the
106.
Nordic and Baltic
there
stuff.
Yeah, they're Nordic. Yeah, that's right. All right, in another couple of years, I'll get the hang of this game. I'll understand it all.
60.
What two words have we put next to Warburton all day long? Board management. And he's on 162.
100. Alexander, you require
And he
100.
might be looking at 2-0 down. Not this time.
21. Mikey requires 62.
Double 16.
Game
That's
shot on the
good
second
enough.
leg. Mike Warburton.
Well, he gives us a Simon Adams.
Brilliant.
Third leg. It's Alexander to throw
Brilliant,
first.
brilliant.
Game on.
I like to do a good miscount by 10. I don't miss by 1. I miss by 10. I go, oh yeah, that's 164, and then I come back and I've left 174.
140.
I can appreciate there's nothing worse than having a miscount at the end of a leg, where you hit the double and you think you've won the leg and you haven't. A bit like what Dave Chisnell did at the World Championship.
To be fair, that generally happens when you're under
100.
pressure, because you think as quick as a sly fox. You think, oh, that's it, and then you hit it and go, you're so chuffed. Oh no! And then somebody like Binks goes to you, no, you've got it wrong,
60.
Scotty.
I can say hand on heart, I don't ever remember a time where I've done that.
I've done it a couple of times.
Devin Peterson's done it a couple of times, quite famously. Once at the World Cup and once at a European Tour event.
100.
I did it once in an exhibition against Peter Manley.
Oh no!
Yeah. I went 36. I had 68 left, and I went 36 or 32. But I went 36 and went across to the 36.
140.
And I thought, yeah, I've got you 4-3, and then you went and got out and beat me.
I bet he was very sympathetic about it as well.
No, I think he's still laughing now. It was 4 years
Alexander, you
ago.
require
Yeah, could you
161.
taste the sarcasm in the air right there?
Come back with his finger in the air, one dart and all that shenanigans, and he's the only real man that wears
99.
pink. I had the lot just from one mistake. I got it all.
So far, the scoring in this game from Mike is not good enough.
60. Alexander, you require 62.
He's not hit anything with two trebles in this match. Masek has.
30.
That's why he's getting opportunities.
Do you think Mike now knows that he's got a realistic chance here, and he's now put himself back into the mix, or he hasn't?
96.
I have to say,
Alexander,
Ronan's
you
probably put
require
him back in the mix in
32.
the match before.
He might think that he's out.
Game shot on the third leg.
shouldn't.
Alexander Masek.
He's still very much alive.
Yeah, I think the way that he's playing, he
Fourth
knows
leg.
he's alive.
It's Mike to throw
It's
first.
more of a
Game on.
hoping and rather than making it happen. He seems to have just gone off the boil, and he's got to make it happen again.
100.
I think he knows he's in the mix here with that last result. Although I've been in the back with those players, and we're trying to work out who's doing what and when, and half of them don't got a clue.
100.
It's not our forte, messing around with tables like that and ifs and ands and whats and why fors. Somebody always gets it wrong.
You're better off having Adam Mould in that back room because he knows everything.
Yeah, yeah, no,
46.
Mouldy's brilliant. Mouldy's brilliant.
The thing is, if Mike has gone off the boil, there's only one thing to do. Turn up the heat.
140.
Turn up the intensity. Get the adrenaline pumping again. He just can't seem to find that treble 20.
60.
Sometimes there's a sort of call for coming out of there, isn't there? And maybe trying somewhere else, another target for a couple of throws and then go back to it.
140.
I know that's something I've brought into my game, that if it's not working there for a couple of throws, go off somewhere else and try and find a treble and then come back.
140.
There we go. He gets his first two treble visit right there to get to a finish.
You saw you put up the power pack graphic. That's what it was.
Just trying to give him some encouragement.
57.
But this is a two treble visit needed.
155.
It needs to be spot on.
97.
It's not bad.
Alexander, you require 64.
But he's in a very similar position that Whitehead was in against Jeremy Fagg in game 10. He needs his opponent to miss.
Game shot on the full flag. Alexander Masek.
He's still got ambition of climbing his way up the table. With a Masek win,
Alexander to throw first.
Warburton can't win the group. And then there's the possibility that Warby could finish 5th. $100. You were talking about climbing the table for financial gain, because the further up the table you are, the more you're
60.
compensated. It's the way it works. One moment you're thinking about finishing first, next thing you know, you're second bottom.
100.
That's like being in the NFL draft and thinking, I can be the number one pick here. And then you start dropping like a stone.
108.
First 180 of the game.
He
He needs to find that a bit more to the end. Do you know what round in the NFL draft Tom Brady was picked by the New England Patriots?
I wouldn't have a clue.
Round 6. Pick 199.
Wow.
And he turned out to be the best player of all time.
55.
With a caveat, little asterisk saying he did like to deflate a ball now and again.
Ah.
100.
Whether it was him or the equipment people at the New England Patriots, it happened. And don't pretend it didn't.
Does it make it easier for him to grip?
In the cold weather. Easier to catch as well.
60. Alexander, you require 101.
Wow.
Naughty, naughty. Well, this would put it beyond doubt. He may still get another opportunity because Warburton
49.
has shown
Mikey require
very little in the
146.
power scoring in this game. Is it now a two-horse race
52.
in a shootout match of sorts? Two hits.
Game shot.
And that
the
dart
match.
means that Mike
Alexander
Warburton
Masek.
cannot win Group A anymore. And he may find himself towards the bottom at the end of this campaign. 12 matches down on Wednesday, and with that 4-1 victory, it is now all down to the next match who sees their way to Saturday.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Group A will go down to the final round. That is a fact, and it is going to be between Lee Cox and Conan Whitehead after all. McDonagh and Warburton, and Masek for that matter, cannot catch the top spot because of what has happened in the previous 14 rounds. Cox and Whitehead will go head-to-head right now, and it's as simple as this. Lee Cox needs 3 legs to be the Group A winner this week. He doesn't even have to win the game. But if Conan Whitehead wins by 4 legs to 2 or better, he will hurdle Cox into Saturday, and then he will be having another chance for another weekly title. After everything that has happened today, Whitehead still has a chance. And if you look back at round number 1, Lee Cox won by 4 legs to 0 against Alexander Masek, and he was top of the table after the first round. In the second round, Conan beat Mike Warburton 4 legs to 2. Lee would beat McDonagh by 4 legs to 3, maintaining
First leg, it's
his
Lee
position
to
at the
throw
top of the
first.
table. He's been there
Game
the
on.
whole time. But if he doesn't get 3 legs in this contest, he will be pipped to the post at the very
100.
last yard. Here we go.
108.
He said yesterday, I will win this group. He's trying to stick to his words.
40.
Ironically, he did not hit a 180 in his last match when he lost to Jeremy Fagg.
121.
And it's the only game, and I don't know how long, that he hadn't hit one. And he lost it. It's like he was trying to build it up for this one.
39.
He's hitting that treble 20 in the first leg. He's, like he's got a vendetta against it. This is a tough spot for Lee.
100. Conan, you
He had a
require
dart in his
82.
previous match to qualify. He missed tops. Double 12.
70.
He'll return for that pesky double 6 that's cost him a couple of times.
Yeah, it sure has. And Lee's got to be clever here. No, he hasn't now. Now he's hit the treble.
85. Conan, you require 12. Game shot on the first leg.
First blood to
Whitehead.
Conan. And it is a break of throw as well.
Second
This
leg. It's
is
Conan
a
to throw
nightmare
first.
situation
Game
for Lee. He's playing someone he cares about. That's one thing. He's only got to get a certain amount of legs. That in itself is a
6.
strange feeling. Whether he knows that or not, I've got no idea. But he's also got to play
85.
in a game fresh off missing a darted double to qualify, and that will sting a bit.
Yeah,
60.
you can relate to this. I think every dart player who is watching this that plays the game can relate to this and how difficult it is to play a mate. But I think the way that I reside it in my head is the fact that I know exactly what he'd do to me if I allow it. He won't be frightened of doing it to you and then go, oh, unlucky
56.
mate at the end. No, I'm not having none of that. I would, hell for leather, try and win the game and treat it like I was playing my worst enemy.
It never bothered me.
6.
Playing the likes of Thornton and Webster and King and Peter Wright, people that I spent personal time with,
95.
never bothered me.
I wouldn't lie to you, but they all told me they didn't really like you anyway.
Oh, that's
So
a
like
relief.
they weren't bothered. No, I'm
That's
only joking.
That's a big relief.
I'm only joking, mate.
6.
No, I understand exactly what you're saying. Some people it does affect, and some people it doesn't. And yeah, it's a strange one.
100.
How good is that dart? It's got to get to a decent finish here. Something like 100.
96. Conan, you require 130.
Can he get past that blocker again? Not this time.
94.
So if Coxey hits
Lee
this-
require 100.
The window is tightened. Whitehead
6.
has had trouble on
Conan,
double
you
18
require
today, but in his
36.
previous match he hit it. This
Game
time
shot on
double
the
9
second
comes
leg.
to his
Conan
aid.
Whitehead.
He's halfway there. That was a nice little moonwalk, wasn't it?
Third leg. It's
Yeah,
Lee
yeah.
to throw first. Game on.
Reminded me of my old ballroom dancing days. Side together, side and back.
60.
That's the steps, by the way.
Just a reminder that Whitehead, if he wins 4-3,
58.
that's not enough. 4-2 is enough. 4-1, obviously, is enough.
But he's going about this game all differently.
55.
There's a better pace to the throw. He's not trying to pick each dart. He's throwing them one at a time, and there's the same rhythm, which is a split second quicker
140.
to what he was throwing in his last game, because he was like taking that split second to think where he needed to throw.
140.
That is right up there as one of the best 140s you'll see on this stage. How on earth did he do that?
133.
He needs a lot more of them. He needs to stop the rock pretty soon.
Require 170. $56. Lee require
It's another big ask.
146.
Couldn't take out 100 in the previous leg. He needs Whitehead to miss something.
Conan, you require 114.
And he has missed the treble. So Lee gets his first
74.
realistic
Lee
shot.
61.
Something where he should get at least one dart at a double. $44. Double 16.
29.
You heard it clip the wire. And look at the
Conan, you
expression. It's
require
one of,
40.
oh no. What happens next?
$30.
A reprieve.
Lee require 32.
Whitehead did not expect to miss that. I don't think anybody did.
Game shot on the third leg.
Lee is very
Lee
grateful
got.
he did.
Fourth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I mentioned that, yeah.
60.
What's this feeling like that Lee's got, Scott? Does he feel like he's falling?
140.
Or does he feel like he's just been given a bit of a gift?
I think he's feeling a little bit more short-term than that, and he's just been given a gift.
100.
He's looked to the gods and said, I need a bit of a favour here, and the favour was Whitehead missing the double. Because he seems to have found his scoring boots again now.
100.
But we know that he's been in this situation an awful lot in his many appearances here as Lee Cox, and
125.
walked out the door having not converted. And he's staring that in the face again.
100.
But even with that situation in front of him, he still found 161 after 9, which might not be enough.
Lee require 161.
But what if it is?
82. Conan, you
If this
require
goes-
40.
Which it
Game shot
does.
on the fourth leg, Conan Whitehead.
Whitehead can win the group if he wins this next leg
Fifth leg, it's Lee
or
to
the
throw
one after
first.
that.
Game on.
Lee's got to win the next 2 legs to qualify as the group champion.
60.
So even if he wins this one with the throw, he's going to have to break Conan.
121.
To make sure.
There's a gulf in the averages. And for once this week, the averages are fairly consistent and fair.
60.
Because the better player is a good 14 points ahead.
60.
There is a silence about this place.
97.
Not for the first time.
It's an air of anticipation, isn't it?
40.
It's always quite interesting to see a group go down to these fine margins. But if Lee does win this 5th leg,
59.
the entire group comes down to a 1-leg shootout.
Excitement or what?
6.
Considering there's 45 games in Group A, you can't have a tighter margin than that.
No, you cannot.
Needs to move. Well, I think that was
43.
confident from Cox to go for the 25 and bull, but it could be his undoing. Wow. You haven't seen that much from Conan this week. A deflection at just the wrong time. And he's going to stay up there.
40.
Tried to force it through, didn't he? But it wasn't going to happen.
Can he leave 42?
140.
Look at that face from Coxey. They're both gunning for it. This game is like a soap opera right now. You don't know who the
41.
goodie or the baddie is.
Lee require 42.
To take us to a one-leg shootout.
$26. Conan, you
Lee has
require
had a dart to qualify.
$139.
Conan gets a chance. But does he get a comeback?
87. Lee requires 16.
Double 4.
12.
Oh, how things change
Conan,
in
you
such
require
short
52.
spaces of time. And Lee is livid.
He would have felt that both those first two darts were going in when they left his hand.
He knows exactly what's going on. Double 16 to win Group A.
Game shot.
And he
the
does
match,
hit his double.
Conan Whitehead.
It's the only time he's led the group. And it's after round 15. That will be very, very hard to take for Lee Cox. And it will be almost impossible for Conan Whitehead to celebrate. Well, maybe not. He does win the group. He was right when he said he would win the group yesterday. But it will be difficult for him to take because Lee's a close friend of his. But in this sport, you have to beat your friends, you have to beat your enemies, you have to beat everybody along the way. And on this occasion, Whitehead does win, and Group A belongs to him.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim.
Well, we welcome back our Pluto TV viewers to the MODUS Super Series here at Portsmouth in the Live Lounge. We've on day 3 here of Group A of week 3, and if you just joined us, you would have not seen before the break that after leading for pretty much 2.5 days, Lee Cox loses out in a winner-takes-all match against Conan Whitehead. So Conan Whitehead now tops the group and goes through to the Saturday night finals.
Mike to throw first.
Lee Cox is left to lick his wounds from leading from dart 1 in the whole group. But we have 2 games left here in the group, and this time it's the Welshman Mike Warburton taking on the Australian Jeremy Fagg. And Jeremy Fagg has found himself at the bottom of the group, but he's played some good stuff in the last 3 days, and I think this is his 3rd visit here and hasn't been here for 12 months, so he's now acclimatised to the place, and
60.
He'll go into Group C, remembering a bit more and knowing a bit more about the place. That will start tomorrow, Group C, which will be Thursday at 1 p.m. You can join us on Pluto TV.
60.
And as for Warby, he's still battling away to trying to get into Group B. A couple of points here will put him level
140.
with the players in front of him. And he does have a better leg difference. And those that follow the Super Series on a regular
41.
basis will know that the good leg difference here is almost worth a point on the table. So he's in good stead, but he's got to go and do his bit
85.
and win matches to see where he ends up.
$100. $56.
Although Jeremy Fagg can't move too far in the table, he's rooted to the bottom.
140.
Warby
Jeremy,
has
you require
chances to go
160.
up a couple of places. There's monetary value attached, although he can't get to the top of the table. There is monetary value attached to what position you finish.
And Jeremy Fagg.
That is some finish from Jeremy Fagg.
Second leg is Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
A 160 shot there. Pretty impressive.
140.
That's the opening leg, and we've got a situation here again where Mike Warburton's chasing points, trying to sneak himself into that Group B, which is played tomorrow evening, starting at
140.
10 p.m. So you can join us on Pluto TV for that. Other stuff we have on after we finish today on the show, we have the Premier League predictions.
83.
That's on at 4:10, and then we move on to Phil Taylor's Ultimate Premier League. An interview with Phil that he did with us. That's on at 4:40, and then at 7:10 this evening, we have a Premier League preview because the Premier League starts this week on Thursday.
Yeah, Belfast, which never disappoints. When Chris Dorby was last there 2 years ago, he won the night. And that was the scene of Gezi Price's $29, of course.
$60.
That 160 checkout by Jeremy. An astonishing thing. We saw that finish from Jensen Walker on Saturday night. And there's been only one better finish than that in the last 2 weeks. And that came from Mike on Monday.
Just thinking about the Premier League and talking about the Premier League. Wouldn't it be great if we could have the top 12 from the PDC in here playing this format over a week? Oh, that'd be excellent. Short format. Duffing each other up. Everybody'd have to get the socks and shoes off, wouldn't they, to get the old
54.
counting on the tables right. Their legs different, surely. It'd be brilliant.
Oh, that'd be great fun.
Well, you know, it's been going around and varying. I do like your Royal Rumble idea. I think that's an amazing idea for the PDC and for an event.
Jeremy, you require 40.
Well, I have a philosophy on this, you see. As Jezza goes for double 10 and a 2-0 lead.
20.
He doesn't get it.
Mike, you require 41.
Warburton's looking in two different directions in the table. He wants to go up, but he could easily go down.
25.
And when you do things like that,
Jeremy,
you're more
you
likely to go
require
down than up.
20.
And Jezza does go 2-0
On
up.
the second leg, Jeremy Fagg.
So my philosophy is this. You mentioned the Royal Rumble. At the weekend,
Third leg, it's
one
Mike
of the
to
middle
throw first.
entrants of that
Game on.
event where someone walks out after every 2 minutes and graces the ring, and you're only eliminated if you go over the top rope. It's not about that. It's about who came in.
40.
Because one of the middle entrants was a guy called Joe Hendry. And he is the champion of a different promotion. He's actually the TNA World Champion.
108.
So what was he doing at a WWE flagship event? Because the WWE know that that was what was best for business.
140.
If we're talking about what's best for business, the people that come here, they grace PDC events all year long because of the way the rules work. And I know the PDC are very protective of their top talents,
58.
and they're not allowed to play on streamed events without prior consent. But imagine for just 1 week, they said, you know what? Why not?
96.
I think it'd be really good.
Yeah, so do I. And if it was like, also going back to the whole Royal Rumble thing, what you're just saying, you could add the seniors world champion come running on down or whatever, come in as the next player, and
43.
you could have maybe your youth world champion
Yeah,
coming in
Jack
and
Johnson.
doing it. Yeah, you could have your ladies series champion or whatever. It just opens up a whole can of. It would be just
81.
amazing to watch. Who would not want to be glued to your TV to watch something like that?
I have zero clue why this hasn't been done yet. It makes no sense to me.
140.
Because everybody wants it. Everybody knows it would work. Somebody just needs to do it.
Even if it was like a best of 3 leg game, and then off, and then the next one
128.
gets drawn
Jeremy,
out
you
and out they
require
come, and you
8.
don't know who's coming next. How would the players prepare? In wrestling, you would
Games on
just
the
stretch
third
and
leg,
everything else,
Jeremy
and just keep
Fagg.
yourself warm. You'd have to do the same with.
Yeah.
Fourth
it'd
leg, it's
work.
Jeremy
Make
to
it
throw
7-1
first.
one leg.
Game on.
30 entrants. That's enough.
Brilliant. It's a brilliant idea.
81.
There was an event scheduled in Scotland, funnily enough, for the last couple of weeks. A guy up in Scotland had actually wanted to do it for a while in a local sense.
108.
They've both got a maximum now. But unfortunately, the event didn't take place because the promoter actually had a family bereavement, so they've had to postpone it.
60.
But in a grander sense, it's just something that has to happen. What's not going to happen is Warburton in Group B by the looks of it.
60.
Doesn't look likely that he's going to win this match. Jeremy looks sharper, even though his average is strangely fewer than that of Warby.
100.
The big 160 to open up was the one that shocked Warby a little bit.
100.
And now he's left himself on that 161 again. He started his campaign with a 161 in his first match.
100.
Can he hit one in his last match of the group?
161.
We do not get
90.
many 4-0s
Jeremy, you require 120.
with this group of players. We get one a day. If this goes, it'll be a second one of the day.
43.
It really has been a tight group, hasn't it?
71.
Double top.
31.
That might be the end.
Jeremy, you require 77.
Well, there's the 7. Bullseye.
52.
So
Mike, you
close.
require 40.
Maybe it won't be 4-0 after all.
He has had a fair few goes at the bullseye today, hasn't he? Jezza.
This is not an easy shot. But he made it look
Shot
easy.
of 4 flag, Mike Warburton. Fifth flag, it's Mike to throw first.
He didn't even know.
Game on.
Sometimes all you can do is ask the referee or ask your opponent or just wait for the call. By the way, you were talking about very well named opens
100.
over the last couple of days. Something that happens at the start of February every year. A tournament was actually named after it and takes place in North America.
123.
Every year at the start of February, they have the Groundhog Open.
Sounds a good one for me. There's a few beauties out in America.
100.
There is a few beauties. I like the shoot for the moon one or something. There's one shoot for the moon or shoot for the stars. That's really good. But of course, they don't mean shoot as in shoot out of a cannon. They call throwing shooting out there, don't they?
Yeah, because if you go to Canada, they'd say, hey, there's some great shooting there, guy.
I shot tops.
96.
Yeah, back in 2022, the Groundhog Open was won by Elliot Milk.
Well,
there's only one possible pairs partner for Elliot Milk. That would be Sheldon Fudge.
Yeah, but what's he known as? The Milky Bar Kid? Is that his nickname?
100.
They've got some great names for tournaments over in North America, but they've also got some great names of dart players. They've got a few good names for places in Australia, isn't that right, Jezza?
38.
Places like
Mike, you
Indented
require
Head,
105.
Wagga Wagga, famous town. I'm not going to pronounce that name in Wales, I can't.
85. Jeremy, you
But
require
we can all say
40.
tops for the win.
Game shot and the match.
And Jeremy does win.
Fagg.
Same as yesterday, 2 wins from 5. And that confines Mike Warburton to a Group C spot with Jezza the next couple of afternoons. The next question to answer is whether Alexander Masek can make it to Group B, because if he wins his next match, he can hurdle Ronan McDonagh in 3rd position.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow.
Welcome back to the action. We've got one more match for you on Wednesday, and it is a straight shootout to see who goes into the evening session tomorrow. After everything that these guys have been through over the last 2 or 3 days, it's a one-game final to see who gets the evening action. The loser will be back at tomorrow afternoon's Group C session from 1 p.m. live on Pluto TV. And they will join Mike Warburton and Jeremy Fagg. The winner will join Lee Cox in Group B after he was taken out by Conan Whitehead
First leg, it's Ronan to throw
in their
first.
game in match 13.
Game on.
With that said, Scott Mitchell, before this round started, nobody knew where they were going. At the end of this one, everybody will know.
137.
Yeah, exactly. And we were mentioning about Conan sort of making a steal there of the top spot. It's the monetary
99.
value between top and second as well is quite large. So it wasn't just about getting the spot
81.
and get a couple of days off into the Saturday night final. It's about the monetary value and the implications of that too for players. So
121.
same goes for these guys.
It could be quite a profitable week
41.
for Conan Whitehead. Winner of the week gets £5,000. That's on top of what you get for topping Group A.
81.
One thing's for sure, though. Over the last 4 or 5 hours, we have seen more wafting of the shirt from Ronan McDonagh than maybe
45.
any player that's ever been on the hockey.
And it's quite a big shirt. It's not like it's touching his body lots, is it?
If he was wearing
Whoa,
Alexander's
bro.
shirt, he'd look like he was on spring break. So yeah, it's quite a roomy shirt he's wearing.
131.
If he's not
Alexander, you
comfortable,
require
I would
100.
very much encourage him to find a sports store and get something a bit more breathable if that shirt is not doing the job.
60. Ronan, you require 66.
Double top.
Game shot on the first leg. Ronan McDonagh.
Enjoyed that, didn't he? I think people who play him in the next group are not going to enjoy playing
Second
him
leg,
because
it's Alexander to throw first.
what I can tell you
Game on.
is that yesterday he won 3 from 5 games. If he wins this,
140.
he's the player of the day in winning 4 from 5, constantly getting better every day. Because Monday was 2
68.
wins, yesterday was 3, today could be 4.
And you have to say that's generally the opposite way round to what the debutants do it. Usually they go really well on the first day and sort of fade out as the group goes. 90% of the time. There are a few that don't, and Ronan here is one that isn't. Enjoying his time in the limelight.
Or maybe he's got a bit of a score to settle with
100.
Alexander because he hasn't beaten him this week. Maybe that's what it was about.
In fact, that was only the 3rd leg that he's taken off him all week.
89.
I will be fascinated to see how Lee Cox does against Charlie Large, Carl Sneed,
139.
and Gary Mawson, and in particular, whoever comes through this, how they handle the 3 talents that they will be up against. I'm really, really keen to see Gary Mawson. I don't know what kind of shape he's in, but we'll get a chat with Gary in the next 20 hours or so.
Yeah, I chatted with him at the weekend when I saw him at the World Seniors qualifier.
85. Alexander, you require 120.
He was trying a new dart. He's had a new dart made. He's trying a new dart, and 21 grams he uses. And it's on quite a sort of long stem with a small flight on the end, so it's very much like a javelin.
Ronan, you require 109.
I don't know whether he'll be using that setup when he gets here or not, but yeah, always pleasant to talk to Gary. He's always a good guy to talk
Alexander,
to.
you require 20.
Double 10. Still.
10.
We also know
Ronan, you
Carl Sneed has
require
just won
52.
one of the Challenge Tour events recently.
Game shot on
So
the
he's in
second
pretty
leg.
good
Ronan
nick.
McDonagh.
That's Ronan McDonagh.
Third leg.
Now
It's
can't
Ronan
remember.
to throw first.
Now can't remember which one's his drink.
Game on.
Well, here's the clue. If you've had a couple of drinks already, it's probably the one on the left. If you haven't, it's probably the one on the right.
I love that. That was quality.
100.
He's so hyped up by this game that he doesn't even know which glasses his.
45.
He has been a live wire. He's been a nice addition this week, in fact.
59.
He's been trouble for everyone.
Yeah, he has. He's a character. I mean, I've only said about 3
100.
sentences to him, and you thought, yeah, you're all right, mate. You're a live wire.
97.
Well, here's the thing. If I were in his shoes, I may be doing exactly the same. Because Masek is the only person he hasn't beaten.
140.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, looking at that. Yeah, when you look at it that way.
43.
So if you go into Group B, knowing that you've beaten everybody you've played this week at least once, your confidence has got to be a little shiny. Saying, if I can just pull it out, I know that there's nobody here this week that I can't topple.
100. Alexander, you require 91.
I agree with you. With what you're saying there. Alexander had a lovely last start there.
That was his last one. Or what could be the last one of the leg.
Game shot on the
That was
third
good.
leg. Alexander
On the
Masek.
setup, on the leg, on the throw before.
Fourth leg. It's Alexander to throw first. Game on.
I'm very impressed with this guy. I think he's so cool under pressure. There may be other levels to find with his form. But I am
29.
very sure whatever group he goes into, he's going to be competitive.
I can't remember what my result was against him when we played in the
100.
team game in the quarterfinals. I can't remember what it was. I think I had a good game against
85.
the Czechs. But it's only over one leg, the English team game.
41.
The team game at the Europe Cup, you play one leg and then off, and then the next one's on. And that's how you add the points. It's one leg at a time. It's a very difficult format.
59.
I can't remember whether I beat Alexander or not.
Overall, it was 9-5.
100.
Yeah, they beat us 9-5. But I can't remember. I have a feeling I won 3 of the 5, but I can't remember who was the one that
85.
beat me. But yeah,
108.
Do you think he enjoyed that 180?
I think he's enjoying himself now.
100.
What's not
Ronan,
to
you
enjoy?
require 80.
You're on a world-class stage, playing on the world's best dartboard. Referee's doing all the counting for
40.
you. You're playing pretty well.
Alexander, you require 100.
You're not really under a massive amount of pressure.
I still think him and Richie Bennett would be a great game. I think it'd be a great game to watch.
119.
He has aspirations
Ronan, you
of Group B,
require
though.
40.
You're better off getting this tops or 10s or 5s. Tops will
Game
do.
shot on the fourth leg. Ronan McDonagh. Fifth leg. It's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what? I think people from Alexander's neck of the woods, they're less bothered by this kind of player than maybe someone domestically.
80.
It's probably a nice change because most players play very stoically when they're in Czechia or
140.
Eastern Europe. You don't get a lot of celebrations from those kind of players. Look at Krzysztof Ratajski. It took winning the World
35.
Masters to get him out of his shell.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Mind you, Adam Gavlas knows how to
41.
celebrate, especially on home soil. I thought he was going to run off the stage a couple of years ago. Made the quarterfinals of the Czech Darts Open.
45.
Could even do the same again this year when that tournament runs, because Gavlas will be, just like Masek, eligible to play in the
140.
home nation qualifier. And that Czech qualifier will be one of the most stacked fields of a home nation qualifier all season, because they get one event and that's it.
100.
And whether you like it or not, Germany get a lot.
100. Alexander, you require 80.
Beautiful dart. Double 10 to reduce the deficit. Yes,
Hey,
lovely
the
shot.
fifth
15
leg,
darter there from the
Alexander
Czechia
Masek.
darts team player, as it says on the back of his shirt. I like that
Sixth
description
leg, it's
because
Alexander to throw first.
if he's at an airport worldwide
on.
and you just want to prove why you're there, well, I'm on the Czechia darts team, see?
I've got a feeling that's the shirt they played us in. I think it is his national shirt.
140.
I think it's a very impressive shirt. Good design.
100.
You can't necessarily confuse it with another nation either, can you?
No, not at all.
Unlike the time where at the World Cup in the PDC, the Gibraltarians didn't like the fact that their shirts were in Spanish colours.
140.
And they didn't wear them.
Oh, rather a white T-shirt, did they?
I think they had some shirts made in a somewhat emergency sense.
140.
I'll let Dyson Parodi tell that story. He tells it better than me.
Is he the guy that went crazy when he was playing in one of the Euro tours against
125.
MVG?
Correct.
Yeah, I remember Dyson.
Yeah, he wasn't shy in coming forward.
100. Alexander,
I'll tell you what, a
require
game between
96.
Ronan McDonagh and Dyson Parodi would be fun.
That would be, yes. Very much so.
This game might be going the distance.
$78. Ronan, you require 161.
If this goes in, he'll definitely celebrate it. We didn't have to think about that too long.
99. Alexander, you require 18.
And we might not go the distance after all.
10. Ronan, you require 62.
This is for 4 wins from 5 today. And he is the player of the day.
Ronan McDonagh.
And with that, he gets a spot in Group B. Alexander Masek had a chance of finishing 3rd, but he's going to have to settle for 5th place. And this is how tight this group has been. The top 3 players have all got the same amount of points. And if that doesn't give Ronan McDonagh confidence going into Group B, I just don't know what will. So, the end of our show is imminent, and I think it's time we had a chat with the person who did finish top, Conan Whitehead.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophied. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and this is what we've seen throughout the course of Wednesday. A tumultuous day, to say the least, where we have seen many people getting different types of win and people losing games that maybe they feel they shouldn't have lost. But ultimately, when we look at the table, this is how it finished. 5th position, 14 points. You don't see that every week. And Mike Warburton, with a couple of rounds left, did have a chance of winning the group, but fell in his 4th round match. As for the top 3, everybody on 18 points, and you don't see that every day. In fact, you don't see someone winning the group on 18 points every week. We think that's possibly only the 4th time that's happened in the history of the MODUS Super Series. But we have got Conan Whitehead with us. Conan, many congratulations. That was interesting to say the least, and it came down to the last match.
It did come down to the last match, and to be fair, I knew what I had to do last match, but I also knew what I had to do the match before, and I couldn't perform. But it's hard because I played one of my best pals in the last game, and I knew what I needed to do, and I ended up doing it.
So you knew exactly what you had to do, as in winning the game by 4 legs to 2 or better. That was exactly what you needed to do.
I knew that, but I don't think Lee knew that. But I put myself in that situation because I lost to Jeremy before that, and I think I put a lot of effort into Jeremy, and the performance did not show.
We can just see there Lee missing a couple of darts to get that 5th leg. At this point, are you thinking, I just want this finished?
100%. It wasn't a great game in my eyes, but I knew what I needed to do, and every time Lee missed, I knew I had the opportunity to do that. And
can it ever be a great game, though, that situation? It is very difficult for that to be a great game because you're such good pals. And I was saying about it in the commentary that, you know, me and Scott Waite's are good pals in a darting venue, but because we live so far apart, we don't see each other a lot outside of darts, whereas you guys probably do. And that's what makes it become more difficult because you know each other so well away from darts.
Me and Lee see each other all the time. And I said this morning, like, he was looking forward to going to see his daughter this morning. He had it in the bag, really, today. He was well in front. I think he only needs to win 3 out of 5, and he'd have took the title home for the Wednesday. But I got a bit upset when I beat him because I knew what it meant to him to get through to the Saturday. But also at the same time, I've been given this opportunity this week where I didn't have that at the start of the week. I've been brought in. I was supposed to be in Thursday. I've been brought in, so I'm a wild card this week, and I've managed to do what I've not done for a long time, is win the Wednesdays.
Well, what's really strange is that you were planning on playing Thursday on Friday, and then you were brought in for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now you don't have to play Thursday and Friday. So this ability to turn things around on short notice must say to you that you're ready for another weekly title.
Well, you try and tell the wife that, because I missed out on a Butlins holiday this week from Monday to Wednesday to play here. But now the Butlins holiday's not there Thursday to Friday, so now I've got to spend 2 nights in with the missus.
Well, what is there is a Saturday night for you. So the financial rewards are there for the end of the week, and obviously 2025 has already started, and I know how much you crave another series title, Conan.
I do crave another series title. Financial rewards is irrelevant. I want the title. I don't want the financial rewards. Well, don't get me wrong, I do, but I'd rather have the title than financial rewards.
Tell us about a moment that we had today, because we are very aware that you know where the cameras are, and we made a big deal of this at the time.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
It was 2-1 to you, and you
I stared at the camera.
Tell us about this.
I wasn't going to break eye contact before the camera moved. I saw the camera, and usually, I'm very, very aware of the cameras. Usually the camera moves, and it didn't move, so I thought, I'm not moving either. It was a face-off between me and that camera. I don't know who was the other side of that camera, but it was a face-off.
All of our equipment seems to get it here. We've got a speaker that's got to put up with Richie Burnett, And now we've got a camera that's got to be staring out by you.
I won't move until that camera moves.
I actually sat in there and said, I think he's looking at you, Nico. I haven't said anything. It must be you he's looking at.
Well, to be
it was a
honest,
death stare. That's what it was.
It was a death stare. But to be honest, I thought, who's the other side of that camera? I thought, maybe if I stare at it long enough, I'll know. But it moved before I did.
One thing's for sure, the person who is operating those cameras today is terrified because that was an icy cold stare. Moving into later in the week, obviously you don't have to play Thursday and Friday now. I'm sure it would be really sweet for you to see Lee come through the next couple of days. It will be difficult for him to bounce back though, won't it?
It will be. I mean, Lee wears his heart on his sleeve. He's got a lot of emotion when he plays. But if Lee gets his head on, I can't see him being beaten for the next 2 days. I'll be with him, 100%. For the next 2 days, I'll be with him.
This is what we've got as a breakdown for the rest of the week because Conan, as you can see, you've got your name next to Group A winner now, which is tremendous for you. Lee goes into Group B with Ronan McDonagh, who was the person who got 4 wins from 5 today. Carl Sneed, recent winner on the Challenge Tour, he comes in with Charlie Large and Gary Mawson, fresh off a seniors weekend. Warburton, Masek and Fagg go into Group C with Jamie Kelling, Niall Cullen and Sam Spivey. So when you look at that breakdown for Lee, how do you grade his chances against those people?
Are you asking me to predict the outcome or?
If you can.
Yeah, I reckon I could. Mark my words.
Do you want to tell us what you think?
Put it back up, just so I can see it.
Let's get the graphic back up, shall we? Just so he can see it.
I'm going to say Lee Cox and Carl Sneed to come out of Group B, and probably Ronan, because he's a dark horse. Group C, I'm going to say Warby and Fagg.
So you're going to go for the people who've come through Group A
100%.
over the last 3 days?
I've seen some great darts from all of them this week, and Fagg's impressed me. Even though he's not had some great results there, but the legs he has won, they've been fantastic.
Tell us about Ronan McDonagh then, because we didn't know a great deal about him coming into this week. We think he's a bit of a live wire, but over the last couple of days, he has won 7 games out of 10, and he showed a great deal of passion at the end, didn't he?
If only I've let him. I mean, if I'd have beaten him, he'd have won 5 out of 10, which would have been a different story. But he's no, to be fair, he's a great player. He's a very good player, and he is a live wire. And I think his passion shows when he plays.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to like the first round, Scott, because he's got off to a really slow start all 3 days, even though he did win his first match with a lesser average on Monday. But when he gets going, he's quite frightening in the combination shots.
But I kind of see it that if he loses that first game, that sometimes gives you a bit of a bee in your bonnet, doesn't it? And, and it makes you play differently for the rest of the day. And I think that's exactly what's happened to him the last 2 days. Well, he's been a really slow starter.
I've noticed that I believe he's had diabetes, from what I've heard in the Players' Lounge, and it's shown a couple of times. He's been stuttering, but once he's got over that, he's an unbelievable player.
Once he ups his pace.
Yeah.
Once he ups his pace and he stops thinking, and it seems to be that first game of the day where his thoughts are just going all over the place and playing him up. After that, he then comes out and does some amazing things with the darts. And
he's brilliant player.
Considering he's here on debut as well, it's the first time he looks pretty settled. He really does.
He does want it.
It's a big chance. The ADC players that come through and qualify here, it's a massive chance to make a name for themselves and maybe get picked up by a sponsor or whatever.
When he's lost down there, he's shown emotion that he's lost. He wants this. He does want it.
So you can't really question the passion and the desire?
No. The passion is unreal. I mean, he's the most passionate player I've played in a long time. When he beat me, he showed it up there, and then he even showed it in the back room. He was so happy and ecstatic. I mean, when you lose, you like to be given 2 minutes. Everyone does. But he doesn't give you 2 minutes. He wants to be on top of you. I've beat you, I've done this. Just go away.
That would be a really interesting game if we put him up against Marvin van Velsen, that's for sure, because he was pretty much
don't get me started on him.
Well, you're not going to have to worry about him, Conan, because he's on the tour for at least the next couple of years.
Well, he's safe. I'm not safe, he is.
Tell us about the next couple of days. What is the plan now?
I'm going to take my daughter out and the missus a couple of days, and we're going to probably go into, is it South Sea?
Yep.
I'm going to probably head down there, just enjoy the couple of days with my daughter.
There's a lovely little walk down South Sea where they've got some swings and stuff. So I'm sure.
Do I look like I walk?
Don't answer the second question.
What's the second one then?
Does it look like you're a swing?
No.
Let's talk about Saturday. Obviously, you're going to have the first game of Saturday night, and we're hoping that it's going to be a sellout for you so you can have another assault on a weekly title. It's been 2.5 years since that series title. We know how much you want another one. How much does it burn inside you to be the first person behind Luke Littler to get that second title?
Well, it hurts. I've said it every single time. I will win another title. Whether it be this week, whether it be next time, I will win another one. And when I do, you will know about it. Trust me.
We're looking forward to it because we believe you. You told us yesterday, after the broadcast, that you would win this group. You have. So when you tell us something, and personally I can say it, I can hold my hand up, you've told me many things, and 99% of them have come true.
They do. I mean, sometimes I'm wrong, but in my own heart, they're right.
You're one of those players, and I've known you for a long time, that when you say something, you genuinely believe that to be the case. You're not just saying it to wind somebody up. You're not just saying it to get in somebody's ear. You genuinely believe, and that's what kind of the players around you, we all know that.
In my own head, I believe everything I say. And if it doesn't happen, that's what frustrates me. And then it gives me something more to prove next time I'm here. And that's what drives me. I hate the fact that I may be wrong sometimes. And when I'm wrong, I want the chance to prove myself right.
Have you got any idea about what's going to happen in the Premier League tomorrow in Belfast? Are you going to be watching that?
I don't really care, to be honest, Paul. It's all about me here Saturday. Premier League, I'm just gonna throw one out there. Ross Smith will win it. Oh, he's not even in it. Sorry, Ross. No, Aspinall's my pick. He always will be. I'm good friends with Aspinall. He's my pick.
Well, we do actually have a programme on Premier League predictions coming up. Glenn Durrant will be putting his 2 cents worth into the Luke Littler debate and whether Nathan Aspinall should even be in the field. Nathan doesn't even want to talk about Mike De Decker anymore. He wants to be talked about as someone who can go on and win the title, someone who's been to the actual final against Duzza before. A lot of people tend to forget that.
What does Glenn know? He's never beaten me down here.
10 past 4. 10 past 4 this afternoon. We do have that show on live on Pluto TV. And we do have some other stuff as well. Adam Savada, who was here a couple of weeks ago in week 1, we had a tungsten talk with him. And it was fascinating to get his story over the course of about 20 to 30 minutes because he's a guy who is from Arizona, a part of the world that isn't really noted for dart players. But Adam came here and he made his way all the way to the final. What did you make of him?
He was class, actually, because for him, and you'll see in the interview, it's not easy for him to find opponents to play against. He lives so remotely and they have to drive so far. It's where, it's as far as we play for World Championship games, and he's just trying to find a little local league game. So it's an amazing little story.
Well, Conan, many congratulations. We are really looking forward to seeing you on Saturday. Once again, we've got live coverage of darts starting tomorrow after your victory, and that will be from tomorrow at 1 p.m. We can't wait to get the action started on Pluto TV tomorrow from 1 p.m. because it means that we've got more people joining us for Saturday night very soon. So keep it here. Pluto TV live tomorrow from 1. Don't miss it.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen.